Chapter 208. Haoyue didn't even look at the four-headed chimera. After roaring, he held his 6 heads high, as proud as a king of ants. No one had expected such a situation. Even Long Haochen couldn't help but stare blankly. He had just taken the co-joined spiritual boosting pill with his companions, and was prepared to face Chen Hongbao's test in his strongest state. But Chen Hongbao's strongest summoned beast suddenly fell to the ground, to the extent that Chen Hongbao, who had just dodged the Hellfire Needle, almost fell from its back. This situation was really too strange. After all, they weren't enemies. Long Haochen couldn't take advantage of this opportunity to directly attack Chen Hongbao. What's going on? Chen Hongbao was even more shocked. Layers of milky white soul waves spread out from his body, covering the four-headed chimera Xingxuan. However, things didn't go as he wished. The boost that had always been successful actually lost its effect at this time. Xingxuan's body trembled more and more obviously. Her 4 heads were all pressed against the ground, and white foam even started to appear from her mouth and nose. At this time, Chen Hongbao didn't have the time to test Long Haochen and the others. To a summoner, a summoned beast was equivalent to his own life. Once something happened to the summoned beast, the summoner's cultivation would definitely be greatly reduced, and he would also receive a fatal injury. "What did you do to Xingxuan?" Chen Hongbao roared. At this time, he also saw clearly Haoyue's appearance, and couldn't help but stare blankly. Long Haochen was also greatly astonished when he saw Xingxuan's appearance, because he didn't let Haoyue attack at all. Moreover, Xingxuan was a magical beast of the 10th rank. How could Haoyue defeat her so casually? For a moment, he was also confused and didn't understand what was going on. He hurriedly let Haoyue descend. His figure flashed, and Long Haochen arrived at Chen Hongbao's side. And just behind Chen Hongbao, Kai, Er's figure also quietly appeared. If they were really facing an enemy, then the moment when Chen Hongbao shouted at Long Haochen was the best time for her to make a move. "Senior, we didn't do anything. They haven't attacked yet." The effect of the co-joined spiritual boosting pill was still there, but because it hadn't been released, Long Haochen's body wasn't feeling well. He was barely suppressing the backlash of the co-joined spiritual boosting pill. He said helplessly to Chen Hongbao. Chen Hongbao looked at Xingxian, who couldn't even transmit her thoughts to him. Even with his 9th rank cultivation, he was actually so anxious that his forehead was covered in sweat. "You guys didn't do anything? Then, how did Xingxuan become like this? Your magical beast, that's your magical beast. Could it be that it's actually a bloodline suppression? After all, he was the temple master of the Soul Temple." Qining was right. In this world, no one knew more about magic beasts than her grandfather. When the words bloodline suppression were mentioned, Chen Hongbao's eyes were filled with disbelief. When he looked at Haoyue again, it was as if he was looking at a ghost, and his body couldn't help but tremble. This is impossible, a 6-headed chimera. Chen Hongbao looked at Haoyue with a sluggish expression, his hands and feet turning cold. However, he didn't forget about Xingxian's crisis, and hurriedly said to Long Haochen, "Quick, return your mount. Quick!" The last word was practically roared out, showing how anxious he was at this time. Long Haochen didn't dare delay, and hurriedly turned around, making a gesture to Haoyue. Haoyue looked at Xingxian with some disdain, and its 6 heads once again rose up. With a flash of purple light, it disappeared without a sound. Strangely enough, as soon as it disappeared, Xingxian's trembling immediately stopped, and she also stopped foaming at the mouth. However, the other magical beasts weren't so lucky. They were all shrouded in that layer of purple light released by Haoyue, and now they were all paralyzed on the ground, and those with low cultivation died directly. Those with higher cultivation also fell into a state of paralysis, and for a moment many magical beasts peed and excreted, filling the Colosseum with an unpleasant smell. Haoyue left, and Chen Hongbao was greatly relieved. When he looked at Long Houchen again, his gaze was completely different. It was as if he was looking at a monster. The four-headed chimera Xian gradually recovered. After all, it was a magical beast of the 10th rank, and its recovery speed was very fast, and its four heads gradually lifted up. However, the fear in its eyes didn't lessen, especially when it looked at Long Houchen. Its huge body took a few steps back, and in a flash of light, it took the initiative to return to the summoning space. It didn't even greet Chen Hongba. "Senior, what the hell is going on?" With great difficulty, Long Houchen managed to suppress the backlash of the co-joined spiritual pills, but at this moment he was completely confused. How could he not be surprised by such a dramatic ending to what was originally a normal test? Chen Hongba stared firmly at Long Houchen. "How did you get that mount of yours? Tell me quickly." Long Houchen said, "I got it in the Knight's Holy Mountain." "Impossible." Chen Hongba said flatly, "How could your Knight's Holy Mountain have a six-headed chimera? Do you know what a six-headed chimera means?" Long Houchen looked at Chen Hongba in surprise. "You mean Haoyue is a six-headed chimera?" Chen Hongba nodded without hesitation. "Definitely, otherwise how could it produce such a strong bloodline pressure on Xingxian? Even a magical beast more powerful than Xingxian wouldn't be able to do that." At this time, the others had already gathered around, and even Sanshui Popo and Zhang Fangfang had come down from the stands. Sanshui Popo said, "The so-called bloodline pressure is like this. Magical beasts have their own system, divided into many races. Within each race, there is a strict hierarchy. This is the hierarchy of magical beasts, which is somewhat similar to us humans. Simply speaking, among magical beasts, there are also commoners and nobles. In front of nobles, commoners of the same race will feel great pressure. This is the so-called bloodline pressure of magical beasts. Therefore, when magical beasts of the same race fight, the first thing to compete between them is the nobility of their bloodline. If there is a big difference in bloodline, then under the powerful suppression, the fight is simply impossible. Only when the purity of the bloodline is almost the same can it be possible to take a step closer to the fight. Let me give a simple example." Sanshui Popo pointed at Han Yu's evil eye overlord. "This evil eye of yours is of the overlord rank. If there was a tyrant rank evil eye here, its strength would be strongly suppressed. It wouldn't even dare to make a move against the evil eye tyrant." Listening to Sanshui Popo's explanation, everyone finally had some understanding of bloodline pressure. At this time, Chen Hongba's mood had calmed down a lot, and he said in a deep voice, "When Xingxian saw your six-headed chimera, it was like an ordinary evil eye seeing an evil eye tyrant, which is why it was so unbearable. If the six-headed chimera's aura was suppressed for a long time, it would even endanger its life. Now I finally understand why the demon god Emperor values you so much. You have a god by your side. You have a god with you, enough to threaten the rule of the demons." Long Houchen frowned. "Temple Master Qin, please wait a moment. Why do I feel that something is wrong? Just now, Senior Sanshui said that the evil eye tyrant can suppress the evil eye overlord. This is bloodline pressure. But the premise is that the evil eye tyrant is indeed more powerful than the evil eye overlord. But Haoyue is different. Haoyue is at most equivalent to a magical beast of the 9th rank, and has just advanced. There is a huge gap between it and your six-headed chimera. There is a huge gap between a magical beast of the 9th rank and a magical beast of the 10th rank. How could it suppress your six-headed chimera's bloodline?" "What did you say? 9th rank? Impossible. How could a six-headed chimera be a magical beast of the 9th rank?" Chen Hongba cried out involuntarily. Long Houchen helplessly said, "But that is the truth. Haoyue is indeed a magical beast of the 9th rank, and it has just finished its evolution. This is something that my companions can confirm." Chen Hongba's expression turned sluggish, his face full of shock. With his knowledge of magical beasts, this situation was already beyond his scope of understanding. Taking a deep breath, He suppressed the shock in his heart. Chen Hongba said, "How about this? I will first tell you the story of the chimera. Then you can tell me the process of forming a contract with this magical beast. If this magical beast of yours is really only at the 9th rank, then it is bound to have an extremely special story. It might even be beyond the scope of a chimera." Sanshui Popo suddenly interrupted Chen Hongba. "What about Inger? How is Inger? Long Haochen, where did you take her?" Long Haochen replied, "I transported her to a safe place. That is one of our divine tools, capable of transporting people at any time. She should have overused her mental force and will recover after resting for some time. I can transport her back now." In the end, Sanshui Popo was still worried about Channing, and immediately nodded, letting Long Haochen carry out the transport. Amidst the golden fluctuations of the eternal melody, the still unconscious Channing returned in front of everyone. Sanshui Popo hurriedly held her granddaughter in her arms and checked her physical condition. After confirming that she had only fainted due to overexertion of mental force, she relaxed. Then she stuffed a mental force recovering pill into Channing's mouth. Chen Hongba was currently unable to attend to his granddaughter. He had studied magical beasts all his life, and the sudden appearance of a magical beast he had never seen before, or even imagined, gave him a huge shock. At the same time that Sanshui Popo was treating Channing, he had already started to tell Long Haochen and the others about the origin of the chimera. The chimera is a special kind of dragon. In ancient times, the word chimera referred to a chimera. In other words, originally completely unrelated things were put together to form a new kind of creature. It sounds a bit hard to understand, but the existence of the chimera just so happens to explain this word. In ancient times, the dragon race was prosperous and even ruled the whole continent for a time. At that time, the dragon race was the most tyrannical. But the dragon race was not only greedy, violent, and incomparably lustful. They had a strong desire to possess any kind of creature. Thus, in the suppression of mating, numerous subspecies of dragons were born. For example, the earth dragon that we see now, their ancestors came from this way. The same goes for the chimera, but it is the most powerful subspecies of dragons. When the chimera first appeared, it was an extremely rare combination of a poisonous dragon and a dark lizard magical beast. Their descendants mutated and became two-headed dragons with dual attributes of poison and darkness. But this chimera was only slightly stronger than the dark lizards, and not as strong as the poisonous dragons. But it had an extremely strong vitality. The poisonous dragon ruled the entire dark lizard race. Perhaps there was a strong compatibility between the bloodlines of the two, but the number of two-headed chimeras was also increasing. After thousands of years of reproduction, under the survival of the fittest, the dark lizard race gradually died out. It wasn't until the death of the poisonous dragon that the chimera race finally took shape. Although these chimeras were not as powerful as their ancestor, the poisonous dragon, they had completely inherited the poisonous dragon's lustfulness. They began to launch aggressive attacks on other races and gradually spread their branches and leaves on the continent. The chimera has a very strong vitality. Therefore, when they reproduce, more of their own bloodline will be passed down. At most, there will be changes in attributes, but there will be very few changes in appearance. It can also be considered one of the famous races of ancient times. Moreover, after continuous evolution, the chimera race gradually gave birth to more powerful existences, and their strength is calculated by the number of heads. Two chimeras, the strongest, can only reach the 9th level of magical beast. The three-headed chimera, on the other hand, can already peak at the edge of the 10th level of magical beast, with strength close to that of a dragon. The four-headed chimera is called the dragon of destruction. They have the blood of the dragon race, but they like to eat dragons the most. Moreover, after reaching 4 heads, the overall strength of the chimera has completely surpassed that of the dragon. Just now I was afraid of hurting you, so I didn't let Xingxuan go all out. Hearing this, Long Houchin and the others finally had a certain understanding of the chimera. Long Houchin couldn't help but ask, "Senior, what about the six-headed chimera?" Chen Hongba glanced at Long Houchin and said in a deep voice, "There is such a legend. The four-headed chimera is known as the emperor of the chimera race. So it is also called the emperor chimera. The five-headed chimera that only appears in legends is called a demigod, and is also the totem of the chimera race. As for the six heads," a trace of fear flashed through Chen Hongba's eyes. "In the history of the chimera race, there has never been a six-headed chimera or more. In the legends, however, the six-headed chimera is a god, on the same level as the dragon god, the god of destruction, the god of destruction. Therefore, in the ancient legends, the six-headed chimera is the symbol of destruction and destruction. That is why I was so shocked when I saw your companion mount. If it really is a six-headed chimera, then the threat it poses to us humans is no less than that of the demons." Long Houchin sucked in a breath of cold air and said in a deep voice, "Senior, are you sure that Haoyue is a six-headed chimera?" Chen Hongba said in a bad mood, "Sure my ass. If it was a six-headed chimera, just now, Star King and I would have died long ago. With the chimera's desire to destroy, it will never allow an existence that has violated its dignity for the first time to live. However, I am very suspicious. Even if that magical beast of yours isn't a chimera, it definitely has the bloodline of chimera, and even evolved a step further to become what it is now. However, if it isn't a pure chimera bloodline, then why would its bloodline produce such a strong pressure on Xingxuan? Houchin, tell me in detail what happened when you were together with it." Long Houchin nodded and narrated in detail how he had arrived at Night's Holy Mountain, how his search for a magical beast companion was unsuccessful, and how he had finally received Haoyue through the transmission method. When Chen Hongba heard Long Houchin say that he had used his own blood to help Haoyue change her fate, forcibly changing her attribute, he couldn't help but be moved, and the tense expression on his face also relaxed. A few days ago, we had just completed our evolution with Haoyue and her plane, and resisted the attacks of the undead creatures of that plane. That's why I told you before that she had just evolved to six-headed. After thinking for a moment, Chen Hongba said, "I don't know what kind of existence this mount of yours is. I can't tell." Long Houchin said, "You don't know either? Then, could it be related to the chimera race?" Chen Hongba shook his head. "It's hard to say. But the most likely situation is that one of the ancestors of the chimera race of our plane, after reaching a certain level of cultivation, broke through the plane and arrived in that world. Then, under the influence of the various circumstances of that world, it underwent continuous evolution and finally became a powerhouse of its generation. But there are a few things that I can be sure of. First of all, this mount of yours is definitely extremely destructive. Its ancestor must have left behind an indelible and terrifying memory for the undead creatures of that world. Otherwise, every time it evolves, it would not attract the attacks of so many undead creatures. Secondly, this magical beast of yours should be very different from the chimera race. Although it has 6 heads, it is definitely not an emperor chimera, half mystical chimera, or even a divine chimera. That's because its current cultivation is only equivalent to that of a powerhouse of the 8th step. Do you know what this means? Long Houchin shook his head. Chen Hongba said in a deep voice, "This means that it is bound to continue evolving and may even grow a 7th head or even an 8th. What? Why are you so sure? Long Houchin asked in puzzlement. On the side, Sanchue Popo interjected, "Isn't this obvious? What is the most important thing for a magical beast to evolve? It's the bloodline. My old man's 4-headed chimera is a magical beast of the 10th rank, but your magical beast completely suppresses it in terms of bloodline. It would be strange if it couldn't evolve to the 10th rank. In the future, it is bound to be even more powerful than Xingxuan, but it is currently only at the 8th step, so how could it not evolve further? Summoners spent their entire lives dealing with magical beasts, and no one knew the habits of magical beasts better than them." Hearing Sanchue Popo's explanation, Long Haochin immediately understood. Chan Hongba said, "Your six-headed mount may not be a chimera, and each of its heads doesn't seem to be as powerful as a chimera. But to what extent it will grow in the future, I have no way to judge. Moreover, I can be sure that its bloodline is above that of a chimera, and its noble bloodline might even be comparable to that of a dragon god. There are two reasons why I can make such a judgment. These two reasons are also the difference between your mount and a chimera. Although a chimera can have many heads, in fact, it only has one mind. In other words, no matter how many heads it has, its mind is exactly the same. But your mount is different. You said that each of them has a separate mind, but they share the same body. Even among ancient magical beasts, this kind of existence is rare, and I'm talking about having two minds. A magical beast with 6 minds, I don't even dare to think about it. I didn't expect to see one in this life. Secondly, it's their use of attributes. According to what you said, its true strength is much greater than its grade, and this is its advantage in using attributes. Although a chimera also has many attributes, its magic attack ability can only be reflected in its breath. Although its breath can also change into a myriad of forms, it is still different from magic. But this magical beast of yours can chant all kinds of incantations by itself, attacking, defending, and even assisting. With these 2 points combined, its intelligence is bound to be extremely high. Simply speaking, imagine a person with 6 brains to think and judge. To what extent would they be intelligent? Hearing Chan Hongba's words, Long Haochin felt as if he was suddenly enlightened. Although Chan Hongba didn't know what kind of magical beast Haoyue was, he at least told Long Haochin about the possible origins and changes of Haoyue. Lin Xian asked from the side, "Temple Master Chin, then, according to what you said, if Haoyue has the bloodline of a chimera, then wouldn't it be very dangerous? If it evolves and becomes even more powerful in the future, won't it become even more destructive?" Chin Hongba smiled slightly and said, "At first, I also had this worry, but later on it was gone, because of the way it came to our world. Haochin brought it to this world, and used his own blood to change its attributes, not to mention the favor of saving their lives. This change allowed them to complete the process of forming a blood contract. Moreover, it was a blood contract with Haochin as the master. Do you know what this means? Among us summoners, the ultimate goal of all summoners is not to have a powerful summoned beast, but to have a summoned beast with a blood contract. A blood contract is called a contract that even gods cannot break. As long as the blood contract is completed, it will never disappear until death. Long Haochin and Haoyue's blood contract is with Long Haochin as the master. First of all, the relationship between them is much closer than the relationship between a normal person and their magical beast companion. At the same time, in the process of increasing the cultivation of both parties, there will be a constant mutual enhancement. In other words, whichever one of them increases in strength will cause the other to increase in strength as well. I believe that Long Haochin has already experienced this point. If one day Long Haochin dies in battle, then Haoyue will definitely die. This is what the blood contract brings. On the other hand, if Haoyue dies in battle, nothing will happen to Long Haochin. If it is not completely subservient to the other party, completely trusting and grateful to the other party, a magical beast will definitely not form a blood contract with a human. Of course, a blood contract also has a certain benefit to the magical beast itself, and that is to increase the speed of their evolution. Therefore, no matter how much Long Haochin's magical beast mount evolves in the future, it will not be able to bring much harm to our world. Taking a step back, if one day it really threatens us humans, as long as Long Haochin dies, it will definitely die too. Chan Hongba said this very calmly, but in the ears of Long Haochin and the others, there was a strange feeling, especially Long Haochin himself. In his mind appeared the image of Haoyue's weak and frightened appearance when she first came to this world, a body that seemed like it could collapse at any time. His eyes gradually became gentler. That's right. No matter how many secrets Haoyue had, she was still his blood contract partner. She had already given everything. As for her abilities, what more did he have to think about? Senior, your test for us. Long Houchin probed. Chen Hongba's face immediately sank. He had been preoccupied with Hao Yue's pressure on Xingxuan, so he had already forgotten about this matter. Now that he heard Long Houchin mention it, it would be strange if his face didn't look good. Sanxue, Popo, unhappily glared at her husband. However, whether it was her or Chen Hongba, they couldn't say that the previous competition didn't count as one more time. Their status was still there. Chen Hongba proposed to let Long Houchin and the others defeat him. This was already bullying the weak. If he went back on his words at this time, where would he put his face? Sigh. With a long sigh, Chen Hongba waved his sleeve. Do as you wish. After saying this, he turned around and left without looking back. Sanxue Popo couldn't help but curse. You useless old thing. Chen Hongba angrily said, I'm useless? Why don't you try? Do you think these little guys are so easy to deal with? Didn't you see that the assassin ran to my side? In fact, if Chen Hongba didn't have the heart to kill Long Houchin and the others, and held back from beginning to end, wanting to defeat Long Houchin and the others really wouldn't have been so easy, especially after his life-bound summoned beast was restrained by Hao Yue. However, although Chen Hongba and Sanxue Popo were gloomy, they were more shocked than gloomy. To be able to become titled monster hunters, they really had a lot of real abilities. Sanxue Popo carried Chuning and walked in front of Long Houchin, saying in a deep voice, Long Houchin, remember this, as long as is in your team. No matter what decision you make in the future, our soul temple will support you. If something happens to no matter what the reason is, our soul temple will treat you as a mortal enemy, even if you become the leader of the alliance in the future. After saying this, she handed Chuning over to Wang Yuan before turning around and leaving. Kai stood at Long Houchin's side, muttering, This one is really unreasonable. Lin Xian laughed mischievously. If Sanxue Popo were to be reasonable, she wouldn't be Sanxue Popo. This one always keeps her word. Sima Xian said, Boss, we seem to have won. Shouldn't we be able to cheer? That's right. Passing Chen Hongba's test meant that their team's reorganization was complete, and the bright glimmer of Hope Monster Hunters could once again begin their mission journey. In the next instant, deafening cheers resounded in the Soul Temple's Colosseum. Night fell. After dinner, Long Houchin returned to his room early. After going through the test in the morning, he went to the Yi Chamber of Commerce in the afternoon. So far, there was still no news. They could only keep waiting. Without accurate information, acting rashly wouldn't lead to any results. At the same time, he asked the Soul Temple to send a message to the Alliance, informing them that Alliance leader Yang Haohen's team had finished reuniting, requesting the Alliance to issue a mission. The last time they completed a mission was already 2 years ago. Whether it was Long Houchin or his comrades, they all felt impatient. Maybe it wasn't really for the sake of completing a mission, but for the sake of getting back that feeling of teamwork. Since the start of the Holy War 2 years ago, the demons' all-out attack had caused huge losses to the Temple League. But at the same time, in this Holy War, the demons had also suffered huge losses. In terms of high-end strength, the losses on both sides couldn't be considered too great, but the middle and low-end strength had been sharply declining. This Holy War was very difficult for humanity, but in the midst of the difficulties, humanity also saw a glimmer of light, the dawn of victory. After all, humanity still managed to hold on. Even the Southern Mountains Pass, which had the weakest defense, didn't really allow the demons to break through. Holding on was a kind of victory for the Temple League, strengthening their confidence in defeating the demons. What did the demons have? Apart from the ability to reproduce and a powerful race's inheritance, they didn't have much else. And what humanity had accumulated over the past 6,000 years in the Age of Darkness, how could this holy war exhaust all of it? In terms of recovery speed, humanity didn't think that they were inferior to the demons. Thus, in the upper echelons of the Temple League, there was a fundamental change in strategy and tactics. Of course, humanity wouldn't counterattack now, but they paid more attention to preserving their strength. At the same time, they were accelerating the cultivation of all their reserve forces. This holy war had tested the true strength of the Temple League, and at the same time provided them with valuable experience and a deeper understanding of the demons. The gap still existed, but it wasn't impossible to close, right? Hao Yue had evolved once again. The purple color released from her body should be the power of her bloodline that Chen Hongba spoke of. After evolving, Hao Yue would definitely have an easier time destroying the demon god pillars. If they could destroy a few more demon god pillars in the demons' territory, they would achieve a milestone every time. Long Haochen had already set a goal for himself 2 years ago when he started his seclusion, which was to destroy as many demon god pillars as possible in his remaining years and shake the foundation of the demons. The demons were so powerful, and he didn't think that he could completely destroy the demons. But as long as he could weaken the demon's strength as much as possible, there would be a day when humanity would emerge victorious. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Long Haochen was thinking about the path bright glimmer of hope would take in the future, someone knocked on the door. Opening the door, he saw Kai, standing outside in a charming manner. Kai, come in quickly. Long Haochen let her in. Just as he raised his hand to close the door, Kai suddenly pounced on him from behind and hugged his waist, pressing herself tightly against Long Haochen's back. Long Haochen could sense that her mood was very unstable, and he could even feel a moist liquid seeping into his clothes. For a moment, he couldn't help but be shocked. Kai, what's wrong with you? Turning around, Long Haochen pulled her into his embrace. Right now, Kai was wearing a long black dress, which formed a stark contrast with her snow-white skin. 2 years had passed, and Kai had also grown up. Her figure had grown even taller, but her soft, cotton-like feeling hadn't changed in the slightest. Holding her in his arms, the feeling of being completely integrated with her body was just too wonderful. Her slender waist and the warmth of her body immediately made Long Haochen restless. They had both grown up and were no longer in love with each other like they were in their youth. Under physical contact, it was hard to avoid a strong physiological reaction. Long Haochen felt his hands tremble and couldn't help but recall the scene of Kai's naked body in the illusory shrine. For a moment, he felt his heart burning. His shoulders were burdened with too many things, and only when he was alone with Kai could his heart relax a little. Haochen. Kai raised her head, and her pair of slender arms wrapped around Long Haochen's neck like water snakes, actually taking the initiative to deliver her red lips. She was the only love in his heart. In front of such a temptation, how could Long Haochen restrain himself? For lips met, and the immaturity and awkwardness blended together. Kai's lips were very cold and were still trembling, but her movements were very intense. She tightly hugged Long Haochen's neck, as if she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to hold on to him. The coldness gradually turned into heat, and his breathing became more and more hurried. Pieces of clothing fell to the ground, and the moment the two fell onto the bed, Kai couldn't help but let out a soft groan. Their primitive instincts urged them to search for the origin of life. Finally, at the instant the scorching heat found its warmth, Kai's body abruptly went taut. "No, don't!" she suddenly shouted without regard for anything else. Long Haochen's originally heavy breathing suddenly stopped, and he was suddenly awakened by Kai's sudden high-pitched voice. His dazed eyes became a little clearer. Kai desperately squeezed out from under him, hugged the quilt on the bed, and burst into tears. The fire of desire gradually faded, and Long Haochen was completely shocked by the scene in front of him. When Kai entered the room, she seemed a little abnormal, but soon the two of them fell into lust. But at this moment, her change filled Long Haochen's heart with shock and panic. Kai, What's wrong with you?" Long Houchin hurried forward, but didn't dare to touch her again. Sweat slid down his forehead. "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have." "It's my fault. Don't be angry, okay? What's wrong with you?" Kai shook her head hard, and because of the shaking, tears came out. "No, it's not your fault. It's my fault. It's my fault. I can't." As she said this, she turned around, hugged Long Houchin, and burst into tears. Even when facing the demon god, Long Houchin wouldn't be as helpless as he was now. He loved Kai very much, and when he saw her in such pain, his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Moreover, he didn't know why Kai was like this. Chapter 209. After a long time, Kai's emotions gradually calmed down, and only faint sobbing sounds could be heard. Long Houchin didn't even dare to ask or look at Kai, or too much, because they didn't have anything to cover their bodies. In order to reduce her temptation, he had to wrap Kai's body with a blanket and softly comforted her. Slowly raising her head, Kai looked at Long Houchin with teary eyes. "I'm sorry, Houchin, I can't." Long Houchin hurriedly shook his head. It's okay, I was too anxious." Raising her hand to wipe the sweat from Long Houchin's forehead, Kai tightly nestled in his arms. "It's my fault. I'm too afraid of losing you." Seeing that her emotions were still stable, Long Houchin asked tentatively, "Kai, what's wrong?" He didn't believe that Kai was crying because they were too intimate. Kai lowered her head. "Ever since I lost my memory, I felt that there should be another person in my body. And the one you like isn't me. It's the other me with the memories of the past. Today, when we were facing Grandpa-ing's test, this feeling was especially obvious. Everyone was reporting to you, raising their morale. I could feel the persistence and nostalgia of the past in their hearts. But I don't have that memory, I don't. At that moment, I only felt that I was an outsider. I'm no longer the Kai in your heart, right? But now, I've also fallen in love with you. Do you know? Right now, I want to recover my memory, but I'm especially afraid of recovering it. If I can't recover my memory, I can't be sure of your feelings for me. However, if I recover my memory, will I disappear from this world? Will I never come back? So I'm very afraid. I really don't like this feeling. I'm afraid that I'll lose you forever. So I came to find you. I want to give you my most precious thing. However, just now, I suddenly felt that all of this was not mine, but the other her in my memory. So I can't give it to you. I can't. Listening to her sobbing voice, Long Houchin fell silent. He asked himself, in his heart, did he like the Kyer in front of him? Just as Kyer had said, ever since she lost her memory, his feelings towards her had changed. Her memory had yet to recover, and only Long Houchin herself knew the kind of melancholy that filled her heart. However, his thoughts were different from Kyer's. Whether it was before or after losing her memory, Kyer was still Kyer. It was just that her memories were divided into two parts. Therefore, he had been waiting patiently. Previously, when Kyer took the initiative to be intimate with him, he did not reject her because, no matter what, she was his Kyer. Gently stroking her somewhat messy long hair, Long Houchin whispered, "Fool, you're really a fool. Why would you think so? I love Kyer. Kyer's everything. It's your body, every strand of your hair, and even every drop of sweat. Whether it was before or after losing her memory, you're still you. You're still my Kyer. What you've lost is just your memory. You don't need to worry about losing your current self after recovering your previous memory, because the memory will only merge. It's impossible to replace or erase." Listening to Long Houchin's words, Kyer's excited emotions gradually calmed down. Although she didn't speak in his arms, at least her trembling decreased a lot. "Kyer, do you know? I'm actually very lucky. Much luckier than ordinary couples." At this point, Long Houchin paused and deliberately kept her in suspense. Sure enough, his words aroused Kyer's curiosity. She raised her head and looked at him with her beautiful eyes that were red and swollen from crying. "Why?" Long Houchin kissed her forehead and said with a smile, "Because my lover has loved me twice. Think about it. If you recover your memory in the future, and your love for me fuses together, won't you love me even more? How lucky am I to have such an experience? So, you don't need to worry about anything. Whether it's the you in the past or the you now, I will love you unreservedly. I won't hide it from you. In my heart, I still hope that you can recover your previous memory, because I hope that you can remember the happiness we had in the past. But I will never force you to recover your memory. We'll just let nature take its course. No matter what, no matter when, you don't need to worry about losing me. As long as I'm still alive, my feelings will only belong to you. Even if I die in the next life, it will still be yours. When I was young, I didn't understand what love was, but now I understand. Love is caring, missing, spoiling, watching, hugging, kissing, and being willing to do everything for you. I love you. I love you in all kinds of ways. I will never differentiate you because you lost your memory. Your memory loss will only make my heart ache, make me pity you even more, love you even more, because I didn't protect you well. Long Houchin. Kyr screamed and struggled out of the quilt. She threw herself into his arms and hugged him tightly. Tears gushed out again, but this time it was not pain but happiness. Early in the morning, when Long Houchin appeared in front of his companions with 2 dark circles under his eyes, except for Kyr, who was nowhere to be seen, almost everyone was snickering. They lived very close to the Soul Temple. As long as one wasn't deaf, they could hear Kyr scream yesterday. In addition, Kyr didn't return to her room last night, so it was easy to imagine what they were doing. On the surface, Long Houchin acted as if nothing had happened, but he knew that he was in pain. Last night, for him, could no longer be simply described as torture. After Kyr shed tears of happiness, she quickly fell asleep in his embrace. Moreover, he hugged her very tightly, in order to let her have a good rest. Long Houchin didn't want to wake her up. In his arms was his one and only love, and there was no barrier between them because of clothes. Someone was just over 20 years old, and the strength of his vitality was comparable to the purity of his light element. The result was predictable. The flag of the Glimmer of Dawn monster hunters was erected for a whole night. Fortunately, his body was strong enough to not die because of excessive blood congestion. When Kyr woke up in the morning, she immediately ran away when she saw the situation. The pitiful Xiaolong, who had always been kind, didn't even know how to be a lady. He took a cold shower for a quarter of an hour before he came out. It would be strange if he looked good. I'll go to you, Ye's Chamber of Commerce, to ask for more information. Long Houchin couldn't stand everyone's suggestive gazes and ran away. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he heard a burst of laughter behind him. He couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He thought to himself that if he had the chance again, he would definitely eat up Kyr. Demonic City, Demonic Moon Palace. He actually appeared. Yi stared blankly at the letter in her hand. For a moment, all sorts of feelings welled up in her heart, and her delicate body trembled slightly. Ever since she had forcibly annulled the marriage between her and Pa, she had been living in the Moon Devil Palace, never leaving the palace. She didn't step out of the door and focused on cultivation. Yi was an extremely intelligent girl. She knew very well what kind of personality Abao had. If she rejected his marriage proposal, he might really do something extreme. What if he forced her outside? What was done was done. Would she still be able to not marry him? But no matter how powerful Abao was, he wouldn't dare to cause trouble in the demonic Moon Palace. The Moon Demon God Agars was ranked second among the 72 Demon God Pillars. This wasn't just a simple ranking. The Moon Demon Clan had as many experts as there were clouds in the sky, and even the Demon God Emperor was very close to Agars. However, staying in the demonic Moon Palace didn't mean that Yi was ignorant of the outside world. The Ye's Chamber of Commerce that she had established was now the largest free trade group between the demons and the Temple League. After the Holy War began, the profits of the free trade groups plummeted. But it didn't mean that they didn't have any. They had gradually changed from trading goods to trading all sorts of strategic information. Moreover, the free trade groups profited from both sides. Under Yu Ye's command, they operated very well. They only sold some unimportant strategic information to both sides, allowing the Yu Ye's Chamber of Commerce to survive very well between the humans and the demons. As for wealth, with so many years of savings, it was enough to support the consumption of the Holy War for the next few years. The Holy War couldn't go on forever. After the Holy War ended, her free trade groups could still continue to operate. Maybe when both sides were short of resources, she could even make a fortune. Yu Yi had her own special means of communication. In order to get accurate information as soon as possible, she had put in a lot of effort in this aspect. Through a special sound transmission crystal, many magic sound platforms were built on the continent to receive and release information. Therefore, she would only need 2 or 3 days at most to know what happened on the Temple League side. It was also convenient for her to issue orders as soon as possible. Now, the Yu Ye's Chamber of Commerce had become the largest information trafficker between the demons and the Temple League. In terms of information gathering ability, Yu Yi, a girl who seemed to be the Moon Demon's princess, was worthy of being the #1 person on the continent. Therefore, Long Haochen found the Yu Ye's Chamber of Commerce to investigate news of Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi. He had found the right person. The token that Yu Yi gave to Long Haochen was special. She had already issued a strict order that no matter where the token appeared, she had to get the news as soon as possible. Wasn't this the case now? The token appeared in the Spirit Temple's Wanshou Pass and asked to investigate news of Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi. He was really in the Temple League. He really appeared. Even Yu Yi herself didn't know whether Long Haochen's appearance brought her excitement or anxiety. In fact, she wasn't very familiar with Long Haochen, but she was completely sure of Long Haochen's amazing talent. This fool. The Holy War is coming to an end. Can't he continue to hide? Doesn't he know the meaning of accumulation? A ball of dark purple light lit up in Yu Ye's hand and melted the letter. Even you didn't know what kind of feelings she had for Long Haochen. How could she not understand that there was no possibility of feelings between her and Long Haochen? However, Long Haochen's figure was so clear in her heart. She didn't know how many times she had tried to forget him. She was even prepared to marry a Bao. However, ever since that incident, her state of mind had completely changed. A Bao led the demon hunters to besiege Long Haochen and Kair. In order to kill Long Haochen and Kair, a Bao finally chose to abandon her and his fiancée. On the contrary, Long Haochen almost sacrificed his life to save Kair. When she saw Long Haochen use his body as a shield to block the attacks of the demons for Kair, Yu Ye's heart felt as if it was pierced by countless icicles. 2 men who were equally outstanding. One represented darkness, and the other represented light. One was her fiancé, and the other was her partner. Why was there such a huge difference between them? Perhaps this was the difference between light and darkness. The dark ones could give up everything for benefits. In their hearts, only benefits were eternal. The light ones might be stupid. For the sake of their lover, they would even sacrifice their lives. However, as a girl, a sensitive girl, it was obvious how she would choose. Yu Yi was completely sure that if Long Haochen didn't have Kair by his side, he would definitely have a fatal attraction to her. If he liked her, she would definitely be with him at all costs. However, all of this was just a fantasy. It was precisely because she knew that it was impossible that the pain in Yu Ye's heart was even more intense. Why am I not the one with him? This fool! He appeared at this time to inquire about the other 2 demon hunters. This meant that he must reappear on the battlefield with the demons. However, he was already targeted by His Majesty, the Demon Emperor. Would His Majesty let him go? At the thought of the Demon Emperor, Yu Yi couldn't help but shiver. She was the most beloved daughter of the moon demon, Agars. She was very clear about how powerful her father's cultivation was. Her father's power was like the supreme sun in her heart. However, whenever the moon demon, Agars, mention the Demon Emperor, that overflowing fear and respect made Yu Ye's heart turn cold. She didn't know how powerful the Demon Emperor was, but she could make a comparison. Comparing Long Haochen and the Demon Emperor was like comparing an ant to a mammoth. Once he was found by His Majesty, the Demon Emperor, then no, I must find a way to tell him not to let him enter the demon's territory. Your Highness, Lord Moon Demon wants to see you. At this moment, the maid's voice sounded. Yu Yi was stunned. Only then did she remember that her father seemed to have something important to discuss with her today. Moon Demon Palace. The Moon Demon, Agars, stood quietly in front of his demon throne. His long purple hair was scattered behind him. If it weren't for the vicissitudes and wisdom in his eyes, with his handsome appearance, it would be easy to mistake him for a young man. Father. Yu Ye's voice sounded outside the palace. Come in. The expression on the Moon Demon's face softened a little. He really couldn't do anything about this daughter of his. His precious daughter was probably the first demons who dared to disobey the orders of the Demon Emperor. Moreover, she refused the marriage of the demons. The Demon Emperor didn't pursue this matter. Even Abao didn't pursue it. It seemed that this matter was left unsettled. Agars, of course, didn't think that this matter could affect the Demon Emperor's attitude toward him, but it wasn't a good thing. After all, Abao would be the next Demon Emperor. If they could unite by marriage, the status of the Moon Demons would be further consolidated. Yu Yi walked in from outside. Compared to 2 years ago, she was now more mature. Her tall figure had perfect proportions, and her figure had become more voluptuous. Coupled with her mesmerizing purple eyes, even the most picky Moon Demon, Agars, couldn't help but admire his daughter's beauty in his heart. Compared to ordinary Moon Demons, Yu Yi, who was a mixed blood of humans and demons, had less dark temperament and more human gentleness, which made her more attractive. Father, you said that you have something important to discuss with me. If it's related to Brother Bao, you don't have to say it. Yu Yi walked to the center of the Moon Demon Palace and said immediately before she stood still. In the past 2 years, the Moon Demon didn't know how many times he had tried to persuade her. Agars said helplessly, You little girl, don't you know how to think about our people? Yu Yi raised her head and looked at her father with a burning gaze, but she didn't say anything. Agars sighed and said, Well, I won't try to persuade you anymore. Things are already like this. I'm looking for you for another matter. Hearing that her father wasn't trying to persuade her to reconcile with Abao, Yu Ye's expression softened. Go ahead. Agars's expression changed, and he said in a deep voice, You should know the cause of this holy war. You've seen that person before. Ah, Yu Yi was shocked. She was still thinking about Long Haochen, and she just got news about him. Why did her father ask her to come? Did her father already know that she was in contact with him? For a moment, her face turned pale. Agars said softly, Don't be afraid. Father will protect you and won't let him hurt you again. In his opinion, when Yu Yi was captured by Long Haochen, she was afraid when he mentioned him. Yu Yi hurriedly controlled her emotions. What's wrong with him? Agars said in a deep voice, His Majesty launched a holy war for this human. Although this is to weaken the human race, it also shows how great a threat this person poses to us. What I told you today, you must strictly keep it a secret. Don't spread it. Understand? Yu Yi nodded quickly and asked curiously, Father, I don't understand. Although Long Haochen is outstanding, he is still a human. What threat can he pose to us? Does His Majesty need to be afraid of him with his cultivation? Agars said in a deep voice, Because he threatens the foundation of our race. His own strength is nothing, but he has a mount that is a threat to us. You don't need to know the specifics of that mount. I know that you have established a huge intelligence network between our race and the Temple League through the Wandering Merchant Group. I need your information. Information about that person? Hasn't he disappeared? Yu Ye's heartbeat sped up. although she vaguely felt that the situation before her eyes was just a coincidence. She had just received information about Long Houchen. How could she not be nervous? Disappeared? It was just hiding within the Human Temple Alliance and refused to come out. Your third uncle used the Great Prophecy spell before the Holy War for him. Through the Great Prophecy spell, he predicted that Long Houchen will re-enter the territory of our demons in the near future and will head towards the direction of the Human Exorcism Pass. But he couldn't predict the exact time, so he needs your wandering merchant group to provide the most accurate information. His Majesty has already laid out an inescapable net and will personally deal with him to stabilize our race's 10,000 years of foundation. Hearing Agar's words, you couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. For a moment, she was overwhelmed with emotions and almost couldn't control herself. For Long Houchen, the Demon Emperor is actually going to personally take action. Heavens! Star Demon Vasak is actually going to use the Great Prophecy spell for him. In addition to her father's request, the top 3 demon gods of the demons are actually going to jointly deal with him. What virtue and ability does he have? Isn't this certain death? For a moment, Yu Yi was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Seeing her expression, Agars frowned and said, "Girl, are you seriously listening to father?" "Ah, I am." Yu Yi hurriedly adjusted her mood and murmured, "Father, I just think, is it worth it for him? Even His Majesty is going to personally take action." Agar snorted and said, "You don't need to know too much about this. This is an important secret of us demons. You should know, in order to predict this kid's future and the future of us demons. Your third uncle used the Great Prophecy spell with all his strength and suffered heavy damage. Now he is still in a state of seclusion to recuperate, and the situation is very bad. At least 80% of his strength has been lost. Otherwise, even with his ability, it would be impossible for him to predict the time so accurately. Therefore, your intelligence must be activated immediately. There must be no mistakes. Do you understand? Once this matter is done, Father will report to His Majesty for your merit. I believe that the matter of you refusing the marriage before can be covered up. Yes, I will definitely do my best to obtain information." Yu Yi lowered her head so that the moon demon couldn't see the panic in her eyes. Agar said, "Go, your information must be sent as soon as possible. Tomorrow His Majesty and all the demon gods stationed in Demon City will set off for the Exorcist Mountain Pass and set up an inescapable net. This time, we can't let that kid escape." Yes, forcibly restraining her surging emotions, Yu Yi carefully withdrew from her father's chamber. Just as she left, she almost couldn't help but run back to her residence. She didn't have any other thoughts. She just wanted to tell Long Houchen this information as soon as possible. Even she didn't understand why she was so impulsive. After returning to her residence, just as she was about to send the information as fast as possible, she suddenly received a message from Yi Chamber of Commerce's Myriad Beast Pass. When she saw the message, she couldn't help but feel as if she was struck by lightning. Yi Chamber of Commerce had provided accurate information that Yang Wenjiao and Duan were imprisoned in the demon camp outside the Exorcist Mountain Pass. Long Houchen had already taken the information and left. Long Houchen didn't expect that he would awkwardly go to Yi Chamber of Commerce and obtain accurate information. Yang Wenjiao and Duan were still alive and had been escorted to the Exorcist Mountain Pass by the demon god who had captured them. From the looks of it, they were preparing to make some transactions with the Exorcist Mountain Pass. The demons were very clear about the status of the demon hunters in the Temple League, and it wasn't as if they hadn't exchanged anything with humans before. At present, the most likely thing they wanted to exchange was the demon god's crown. After all, not long ago, 2 demon gods had perished in the Exorcist Mountain Pass. If they couldn't get back the demon god's crown, then these 2 demon gods wouldn't appear for at least 10 years. For the demons, this would be a huge loss. After obtaining accurate information, Long Haochen immediately returned to the Seoul Temple. After bidding farewell to Palace Master Chun Hongba, the party of 8 immediately set off, rushing to the Exorcist Mountain Pass at full speed. The longer they delayed, the more danger Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi would be in. Moreover, in the hands of the hero Xingyu, there was indeed a demon god's crown. If they returned the demon god's crown to the demons, it wouldn't be a good thing. No matter what, they had to think of a way to rescue Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi. This was something they had to do. The distance from the Myriad Beasts Pass to the Exorcist Mountain Pass was equivalent to crossing more than half of the Temple League, so they didn't need to conceal themselves in the Alliance's territory. Long Haochen brought Kai, to ride on Star King, while the other 6 relied on their spiritual wings to fly at full speed. After leaving the Myriad Beasts Pass, Qining became a lot quieter. To Long Haochen, the only good news was that Kai, his mood was a lot better. Every time their gazes met, the tenderness and love in her eyes would unconsciously leak out. However, Kai also quietly told Long Haochen that she would work even harder to get back her memories. She would definitely give a complete version of herself to Long Haochen. The unspoken meaning was that before she got back her memories, a situation like that night couldn't happen again. From the time Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi met to the time they set off from the Exorcist Mountain Pass, they had already wasted 3 days. And the demon god of the demons had a follower, so the speed at which they rushed to the Exorcist Mountain Pass shouldn't be too fast. To Long Haochen and the others, the best situation was to rush at full speed and do their best to intercept them before they reached the Exorcist Mountain Pass demon camp. In this way, the possibility of rescuing Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi would be much higher. Of course, even if they could successfully intercept them, they still had to face a severe test, and that was whether they could defeat the demon god ranked in the top 36. Because the assassin who came back to report didn't clearly say who the demon god was, they didn't even know what the opponent's situation was. According to Long Haochen's deduction, although the demon god was ranked in the top 36, it shouldn't be too high, and the possibility of him entering the top 24 was very low. But even so, the opponent they had to face was definitely a demon god who already had a domain. With their current strength, the possibility of winning against such a demon god wasn't high. Fortunately, their goal wasn't to kill the demon god, but more importantly to save Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi. Choosing the shortest distance possible to fly at full speed, Long Haochen and his companions used a full 7 days and 7 nights to reach the Exorcist Mountain Pass. Not bothering to enter the Exorcist Mountain Pass to report to Hero Xingyu, they directly flew to a high peak of the Exorcist mountain range, overlooking the distant demon camp. After flying for 7 days and nights, with no more than 6 hours of rest every day, everyone was already very tired, and this was under the situation where they took turns resting on the Star King. The mountain wind was biting cold, blowing clouds that constantly battered their bodies. The moist water vapor was somewhat cold, making everyone's mind sober. Long Haochen raised his hand and released a holy light barrier, completely isolating the outside wind. Bathing in the holy light barrier, everyone's physical strength recovered faster. Spreading out the map, everyone sat in a circle. Long Haochen pointed at the map and said, "At present, we are in this position. Going down from the northern mountain range is the Exorcist Mountain Pass. When the air is clean, we can directly overlook the demon camp from here. With our speed, it should be enough to surpass the demon god rushing to the Exorcist Mountain Pass. Although we don't know his exact speed, as long as he brings his followers, it will take at least half a month to reach the Exorcist Mountain Pass." Chen Ing said, "Then should we prepare to intercept him? But the biggest problem now is that we don't know which direction he will enter the demon camp. And our position to intercept him must be far enough from the demon camp. Otherwise, if he receives help from the demon god in the demon camp, we will be in danger." Long Haochen said, "Yes, this is the biggest problem we are facing now. Therefore, we must think of a way to investigate the position of the demon god. But at least we have a general direction. Whether it is us or the demons, when hurrying on the road, we will certainly choose the closest way to our destination. Therefore, the general position of the demon god shouldn't be too far off. But the further we are from the demon camp, the greater the possibility of deviation in this position. The matter of finding the demon god's tracks will be handed over to you. Hanyu, you let the evil eye coordinate with Kair. Set out now, and if there is any news, send it back immediately. Remember, we will enter the demon's territory in a moment and rest 100 li south of the demon camp. We will wait for you there. Good. I will go now. Nodded and quickly left with the evil eye overlord summoned by Hanyu. Among them, those who had the ability to hide from the enemy's eagle eye magic were Long Haochen, Lin Xian and Chinning. Among them, Long Haochen, Lin Xian and Chinning relied on their outstanding spiritual force to conceal themselves, while had the ability to turn invisible. The others had to use some magic equipment to conceal themselves. Whether it was speed or ability to conceal herself, was the best among them. In addition, there was the evil eye overlord that could cast a wide range of spiritual investigation. She was the most suitable candidate to be the scout. Left, and Long Haochen said to everyone, "Everyone rest here and recover your physical and mental strength as soon as possible. I will go to the Exorcist Mountain Pass. If the demon god has already rushed here, then he will certainly raise conditions to the Exorcist Mountain Pass. Otherwise, there is no need for him to leave Duan Yi and Yang Wenjiao alive. I will go to the Exorcist Mountain Pass to confirm whether he has already arrived or not." Although the possibility of the demon god arriving at the demon camp was very low, for safety's sake, Long Haochen still had to make this trip. After dividing the work, Long Haochen immediately got up and rode the Star King straight to the Exorcist Mountain Pass. The others rested and reorganized, each doing their best to recover from their exhaustion. This was their first time working together after 2 years. Even Chen Ying, who was extremely worried about Yang Wenjiao's safety, felt a kind of excitement in her heart. When Long Haochen's figure gradually disappeared from their line of sight, they all had the same feeling, as if by prior agreement, that having their captain here was really good. With him, it was equivalent to having a backbone. What they had to do was to follow Long Haochen's instructions. After not seeing each other for 2 years, each of their strength had made a qualitative leap. The only thing that didn't change was the trust and tacit understanding between each other. Long Haochen's departure took a lot longer than they had imagined. After more than 2 hours, when everyone was somewhat anxious, the Star King's figure reappeared in their line of sight. Without waiting for the Star King to land, Long Haochen had already soared from its back and landed in front of his companions. From his solemn expression, everyone knew that something must have happened. "What's wrong, boss? Did Wenjiao and the others?" When she asked this, Chen Ying's voice trembled. What she was most afraid of was hearing the news that Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi had already been killed. Long Haochen shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. It's fine. Nothing happened to Wenjiao and the others. It's related to us." Chen Ying stared blankly for a moment. The others were also confused. How come they had just arrived at the Exorcist Mountain Pass and already encountered something related to them? Long Haochen took a deep breath, seemingly trying to calm his mood. "I just saw Hero Shengyu and asked about the situation we wanted to know. That demon god shouldn't have reached the Exorcist Mountain Pass yet. At least, the Exorcist Mountain Pass hasn't received any news yet." No one interrupted, because they all knew that Long Haochen's grave expression clearly wasn't because of this matter. With his calm temperament, for him to have such an unstable mood, something big must have happened. Looking at his companion's nervous expressions, Long Haochen's expression slightly relaxed. "Speaking of which, I don't know if this matter is good or bad for us. From a certain point of view, it should be good. but I'm worried that the Exorcist Mountain Pass will suffer a devastating disaster because of us. When I saw Hiro Shunyu, he unexpectedly said he was looking for me, for a confidential letter had been received, addressed to me. The person who delivered the letter also told Hiro Shunyu that I will definitely arrive at the Exorcist Mountain Pass soon and that he must give me the letter. This matter is related to life and death. Hearing this, Sima Xian couldn't help but ask, "Boss, what was written in the letter?" Long Haochen said, "The content of the letter is very simple. He wanted me to go to the Yi Chamber of Commerce. It was because of this trip that I came back a bit late, but I obtained an important piece of information related to our life and death." Everyone's expression suddenly became grave. Even Long Haochen said that this was a piece of information related to their life and death. It could be seen how important this information was. Chapter 210. Long Haochen said, "The news came from Yu Yi. When we were still in Wanshou Pass, she learned of our position through Yi Chamber of Commerce. Not long after that, she suddenly received a summons from Moon Demon Agars. Agars asked her to mobilize Yi Chamber of Commerce's intelligence agency to find our position. He also told her that in order to kill me, Star Demon Vasak made a heaven-defying prophecy before the start of the Holy War. He predicted that we would go to the Exorcist Mountain Pass at this time. He just didn't know the specific time. Now, Demon Emperor Feng Xiao and Moon Demon Agars have already led all the demon gods of Demonic City, except for Star Demon Vasak, who was seriously injured by the Great Prophecy technique to the Exorcist Mountain Pass. They want to lay an inescapable net to kill me." The glimmer of dawn monster hunters all sucked in a breath of cold air. They weren't afraid, but shocked, extremely shocked. It had already been 2 years since the start of the Sacred War. But from start to finish, the Demon God Emperor and his heaven-defying Devil Dragon clan, as well as the Moon Demon God and the Star Demon God and their clans, had never appeared on the battlefield of the Sacred War. But at this moment, Long Haochen suddenly told them that in order to deal with them, Demon Emperor had already set out. Moreover, he had brought nearly all the elites of Demonic City. There were no less than 10 demon gods in Demonic City, and under the leadership of the Demon God Emperor, as well as his heaven-defying Demon Dragon Clan and Moon Demon Clan's experts. This terrifying force was enough to instantly destroy the Exorcist Mountain Pass. Moreover, the demons had so many troops on the front lines. Once the Demon Emperor arrived, the Exorcist Mountain Pass would inevitably fall. But this force wasn't aimed at the Exorcist Mountain Pass, but specifically at them. One could imagine how much importance the Demon Emperor attached to Long Haochen. Raising his head and looking into the distance, Long Haochen had a strange expression in his eyes. He was the only one who had read Ye's letter. Although it was just words, Long Haochen could deeply feel Ye's concern for him and her eagerness when she wrote the letter. In the end, this letter was delivered to him in a timely manner. If he had not made a trip to the Exorcist Mountain Pass to play it safe, perhaps he would have really fallen into the inescapable net of the demons. "Boss, what should we do?" Lin Xian asked. Long Haochen took a deep breath and said, "Everyone, don't panic. I've thought about it for a long time on the way back. The strength of the Demon Emperor is not something we can contend against, nor is it something the Exorcist Mountain Pass can contend against. However, we are not at a complete disadvantage. Now that things have reached this stage, even if we immediately notify the Sanctuary Alliance for reinforcements, it will be too late. The Demon Emperor and the Moon Demon have already set out for at least 6 days, leading so many demon gods and heaven-defying Devil Dragon Clan experts. Although the distance between Demon City and the Exorcist Mountain Pass is very far, but with their cultivation, they will arrive here in at most 2 to 3 days. Ye's news is too important to us. For us, the best way is to immediately escape far away from here. Looking at the current situation of the Holy War, there must be a reason why the Demon Emperor has not taken action. He seems to be afraid of something, or perhaps he himself is unwilling to destroy us humans. And if he joins the battlefield, the the Sanctuary Alliance will certainly have a way to deal with him. Only the Exorcist Mountain Pass is very likely to suffer the Demon Emperor's wrath because he did not catch us. But there is also a possibility that the Demon Emperor will leave. But what about Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi? Channing suddenly became somewhat anxious. If they immediately evacuated, like what Long Haochen said, then Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi might not have the possibility of saving them. Moreover, when the Demon Emperor arrives outside the Exorcist Mountain Pass, the demons might not even make a deal with the Exorcist Mountain Pass. Long Haochen said, don't be anxious. Let me finish. Star Demon Vesak is indeed formidable. He can actually predict that we will come here through the great prophecy technique. Moreover, according to Yu Ye's news, Vesak even told the Demon Emperor that if we are not eliminated, then in the future we will inevitably become a great calamity for the demons, and may even overthrow the demons. The Demon God Emperor regards us with such importance, so how could we disappoint his hopes? Therefore, in my next analysis, everything will be done with our safety as the top priority. Chen Inger said, Boss, other than leaving immediately, do we have any other way? You said it yourself. We only have 2 or 3 days at most. In such a short period of time, the demon god might not even arrive. What else can we do? Wen Zhao and the others, Wang Yuan hugged Chening, and said, You are confused because you are too concerned. If the leader has no other way, he wouldn't say so much to us, and would immediately issue the order to leave. Moreover, Yang Wenjiao is very important to you, but the leader's safety concerns the entire alliance. You must calm down now. After a moment of silence, Chen looked at Long Haochen with a burning gaze, her pair of big eyes already faintly misty. She took a deep breath and said, Boss, don't be embarrassed. If it really can't be done, we will leave. When saying this, Chen seemed to have exhausted all the strength in her body, her whole body leaning into Wang Yuan's embrace, her head lowered. They were a team of monster hunters. After receiving Wang Yuan's reminder, Chen although extremely unwilling in her heart, still calmed down a bit at this time. Moreover, she also deeply understood what it meant for them to rescue Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi. The Demon Emperor would arrive here in less than 3 days. With the Demon Emperor's terrifying strength, as long as they were in this area, it would be impossible to escape the detection of the Demon Emperor's spiritual force. And rescuing Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi required time. Did they have that kind of time? Long Haochen said seriously, don't worry until the last moment. I will never give up. What we need to analyze now is the feasibility of rescuing Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi. At this point, Long Haochen spread out the map again. We are here. Ka has already gone to find the traces of the demon god. With the ability of Kai, and the Evil Eye Lord, I believe there will be news back within a day at most. Facing the Demon Emperor, we simply can't compare in terms of strength. But it's not that we don't have any advantages at all. This advantage was established with the help of Yu Yi. Moreover, everyone doesn't need to think too badly of the situation. If the Demon Emperor wants to kill me, then he must first find us, and we won't go head-on with him at all. Although I am very reluctant to borrow the power of the Tower of Eternity, I have to say, in this situation, as long as the Tower of Eternity exists, the possibility of us being caught and killed by the Demon Emperor is very small. Hearing Long Haochen mention the Tower of Eternity, everyone's eyes lit up. That's right, they still have the Tower of Eternity. No matter how strong the Demon Emperor is, it is impossible to break through space to find the other space where the Tower of Eternity is. In a different space, without accurate spiritual coordinates, even God can't find anything. Long Haochen said, This time Yu Ye's information came too timely. She bought us enough time. And if we want to rescue Yang Wenjiao and Duan, the only possibility is to have a time difference with the Demon Emperor. At this moment, the solemn expression on Long Haochen's face has disappeared, replaced by a kind of golden confidence. In terms of strength, he and the Demon Emperor are not on the same level at all. However, at this moment, his companions clearly have a feeling that they can already compete with the demon emperor, although it is a battle of wits and not a battle of courage. But in the Temple League, how many people would dare to do so? To be on the safe side, we will set this time difference to 2 days. In other words, if we can rescue Wen Zhao within 2 days and immediately escape far away, the demon emperor can't find us. Speaking up to here, he turned to Qining and said seriously, "But no matter what we do, we must first consider the worst outcome. If this time Kai can't find traces of the demon god, then we have no other choice, do you understand?" Tears could no longer be controlled. Flowing down her cheeks, Qining fiercely threw herself into Long Haochen's arms and burst into tears. Thank you, boss, thank you." As the soul saint, the beast deity's favored one, her intelligence and wisdom are not inferior to the other companions. Of course, she understood how much risk Long Haochen is taking to make this decision. It is a race against time with the demon emperor. Is this something an ordinary person would dare to do? If it was the leader of another monster hunters team, upon receiving such news, I'm afraid he would have already turned around and left. After all, to their monster hunters team, Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi are outsiders. Long Haochen gently patted Qining back, smiled, and said, "Don't forget, I am also a knight. And Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi are both rare talents of our Knights Templars. It is my duty to rescue them." Han Yu said, "Leader, what if we successfully rescue Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi? What are we going to do after that?" Long Haochen said without hesitation, "Go deep into the demons." Everyone was shocked when they heard what he said. The demon emperor is trying his best to find traces of them, and he actually said to go deep into the demons. Long Haochen nodded and said, "Since the demon emperor brought a large number of demon gods to the front line, then the interior of the demons must be very empty, and we can't use our full strength at the border at all. In order to prevent the demon emperor from venting his anger on the various strongholds of the Alliance, I can't even let Hao Yue destroy the demon god pillars. But after entering the interior of the demons, we don't have to worry about this at all. The demon emperor also doesn't know where we will go. He can't find us here, so he will either stay here or continue to search for us. And at this time, if we enter the interior of the demons as fast as we can, we might have a great harvest. Therefore, regardless of whether we can successfully rescue Yang Wenjiao and Duan, our next step is to go deep into the interior of the demons. Staying at the border will only bring trouble to the various strongholds." Han Yu said, "Then what if we return to the interior of the Alliance and hide?" Long Haochen sighed and said, "If only it was that easy. Since the demon emperor dared to say that he has set up an inescapable net, then who knows how many spies he has set up at the border. We have Yi helping us from the interior of the demons. The demon emperor is the lord of the demons, and all the information about the demons is in his hands. Does it mean that the interior of the Alliance is definitely clean? Therefore, only by going deep into the demons can we completely make him lose all information about us. On the other hand, if we retreat into the Alliance, then it is very likely that the demon emperor will bring a large number of demon gods to forcefully break into the interior of the Alliance to kill us. At that time, it will be a terrible situation. Going deep into the interior of the demons is a way to seek survival in the midst of death. Not only do we have to go deep into the demons, but we also have to let the demon emperor know. This way, we can lead him back to the demons and not cause greater losses to the Alliance. Moreover, as long as we have the Tower of Eternity, then we can activate the teleportation ability of the Tower of Eternity to return at any time. At worst, we will be in seclusion for a long time in the Tower of Eternity. I came back late just now because I also went to do another thing. I asked Swordsman Xingyu to provide us with a large amount of food, which is stored in the Eternal Melody. Even if we live in the Tower of Eternity for a year and a half, it will be enough. After listening to his explanation, everyone felt a sense of relief. It seemed that Long Haochen's plan was very dangerous, but in fact, with the Tower of Eternity as a backup as long as they did not directly encounter the demon emperor. There was almost no real danger to speak of. Zhang Fangfang said, "Long Haochen, I still have two problems. One is, if we leave, what will we do if the demon emperor directly attacks the Exorcist mountain pass? The other more important problem is the authenticity of the information that Yu Yi conveyed. If the demon emperor attacks the Exorcist mountain pass, it is something we cannot stop. But if Yu Ye's information is false, then we will be very passive. Perhaps we will really fall into the demon emperor's trap." Long Haochen slightly stared blankly, suddenly feeling a chill run down his spine. That's right. All of his plans were based on the premise that Yu Ye's information was completely accurate. If there was a problem with Yu Ye's information, then all of his plans would be in vain, and he might even be led by the nose by the demon emperor. At this time, Lin Xian giggled from the side. "Captain Zhang, you are thinking too much." Ever since they fell into desperate straits due to Heavenly Crystal's wrong decision among the demons, Lin Xian had always disliked other people interfering with Long Haochen's decisions. Even if Zhang Fangfang was Wang Yuanyuan's lover, it was still the same. Zhang Fangfang said, "This is just my personal opinion. Of course, I am not too clear on the extent of your cooperation with Yu Yi. I just feel that if there is a problem in this aspect, it will be too dangerous." Chapter 211. Facing Zhang Fangfang's question, Lin Xian calmly smiled and said, "These two questions shouldn't be considered problems. As for the Exorcist Mountain Pass, no matter what, we can only inform Hero Shanyu. I believe Boss has already done it. Moreover, the Demon Emperor is targeting us, and Boss has just said that if we let the Demon Emperor know that we have infiltrated deep into the demons, he will definitely chase us, and the crisis of the Exorcist Mountain Pass will be resolved. I estimate that the probability of the Exorcist Mountain Pass being directly attacked by the Demon Emperor is less than 30%. As for the second question, I think it's even less of a problem. First of all, Yu Yi has already cooperated with us more than once or twice. When we were besieged by Bao and his people, she took the initiative to offer herself as a hostage, giving us the opportunity to escape. Her fiancé, Bao, even wanted to kill her in order to kill Boss and Vice Commander. How could she not hate Bao? Moreover, they have already broken off their engagement. Therefore, I feel that the possibility of something happening to Yu Yi is very small. Moreover, have you thought about it? If Yu Ye's information is false, then how did she know about the Star Demon's great prophecy technique? Zhang Fangfang said, "This is hard to say. After all, we previously asked Yu Ye's Chamber of Commerce to help us find information about Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi. She should be able to guess." Lin Xian said, "Good. Then let's treat the information she sent as false." Then, could the Demon Emperor have thought that after we obtained this information, we would still choose to infiltrate deep into the demons and not escape into the Alliance? From a logical point of view, the Demon Emperor simply wouldn't set up such a scheme to let us escape. Therefore, I can almost be sure that Yu Ye's information is not false. Listening to Lin Xian's explanation, Zhang Fangfang slightly nodded and said, "What you said makes sense. It might be my groundless fears." Long Haochen smiled and said, "This concerns the survival of the entire team, so it's best to be careful." It was not easy to hide the actions of the demon gods. Moreover, the demons and demon gods would bring their demon god pillars with them during their actions. When the time comes, I'll stay and observe from afar. If there are no fiend celestials coming, it means that there is something wrong with Yu Ye's information. If a large number of fiend celestials are here, it proves that Yu Ye's information is not fake. He respected Zhang Fangfang very much. Zhang Fangfang was the oldest among them, and he was experienced and prudent. He rarely spoke, but he was usually able to get to the point. However, apart from Long Haochen, even Wang Yuanyuan disapproved of Zhang Fangfang's opinion. They had already suffered from being told what to do by others. After Lin Xian retorted, they naturally wouldn't say anything to help Zhang Fangfang. And after Long Houchin said that he wanted to observe the movements of the demon gods from afar, Zhang Fangfang didn't say anything else. This was already a relatively safe way to deal with it. Let's go. Long Houchin glanced at the demon camp in the distance and gave the order to set off. To be on the safe side, everyone changed into the large cloaks of the moon devils and put on their magic eyes. They didn't fly anymore and quietly descended the mountain along the outskirts of the demon defense mountain range under Long Houchin's lead. Long Houchin opened his mental barrier and enveloped them all. They quickly headed towards the demon camp 100 miles south. After an hour, they arrived at their destination and stopped at the leeward side of a hillside. In order to maintain a mental barrier, Long Houchin sat cross-legged on the ground. The others sat around him and quietly waited for Kai Er's news. Closing his eyes, Long Houchin quickly entered a meditative state. In addition to maintaining the mental barrier, he urged his mental power to connect with a special power in his body. This power was the soul chain. 2 years of seclusion, especially the deep meditation, had given him a deeper understanding of many of his abilities, including the soul chain. This epic-grade equipment linked the 7 of them and combined their life forces. With enough mental power to support it, Long Houchin felt as if he could sense the location of his companions through it before he met up with them. However, because his companions had broken the soul chain, he couldn't try it. Only when everyone reunited did he confirm that this method was feasible. At this moment, he wanted to sense Kai Er's location and tell Kai Er and the others' exact location through the soul chain. Of course, this could only be done by himself. Unless Kai Er's mental power was strong enough, she wouldn't be able to control the soul chain like he did. Not long after, Long Houchin already sensed Kai Er's location. She had been moving at high speed, to the point that Long Houchin couldn't completely determine her exact location through the soul chain. He quickly connected the soul chain to Kai Er's perception, allowing her to sense his and his companion's location. Only then did he cut off the connection. Maintaining the soul chain for a long time was too taxing on Long Houchin's mental power. Don't be nervous. Kai is doing her best to find traces of the demon god. Through the soul chain, I can indeed sense her exact location. Let's do it like this. We will immediately follow Kai in the direction I sense. That way, as long as she finds traces of the enemy, we can act in the shortest time possible. Long Houchin could completely understand Qining Er's current mood. Her fiancé's life or death would be decided within these 2 days. How could she not be anxious? To them, time was life. The earlier they could save Yang Wenjiao, the earlier they could enter the demon's territory. Qining bit her lower lip lightly. Boss, don't be in a difficult position. We can't put our whole team in danger because of Wenjiao. I believe he wouldn't want to see such a situation. If we can't do it, we'll retreat. Long Houchin nodded slightly. I know what I'm doing. How's everyone's recovery? Everyone expressed that they were fine. After resting for more than 2 hours, their cultivation was naturally more or less recovered. Even if they were still mentally tired, it wouldn't affect their state of battle. Let's go. After testing the effects of the soul chains, Long Houchin decisively changed his strategy and led his companions in the direction Kai was scouting. He only needed to confirm Kai Er's position from time to time, then identify the direction and smoothly follow her. Because Kai had set out more than 2 hours earlier than them, and she was flying with all her strength, they were nearly 200 kilometers away from each other. Therefore, although Kai was constantly changing directions and scouting, Long Houchin and the others only needed to identify a general direction. Following that, for a full 14 hours, everyone passed this kind of continuous flight. Not only did they have to keep up with Kai Er's speed, they also had to maintain their strength as much as possible. Every 2 hours, they had to stop and rest. After flying for such a long time, they were already more than 700 kilometers away from the Exorcist mountain pass. At this time, Kai-Er's strength was revealed. In a situation where she was constantly searching, everyone was unexpectedly unable to keep up with her speed, and instead was pulled further and further away. With 4 wings spread, Long Houchin, who was flying at the very front, suddenly stopped. The others stopped beside him one after another, looking at him in puzzlement. Long Houchin said in a deep voice, "Kai-Er stopped. She seems to have discovered something." Hearing him say that, the most excited one was Chunning, ignoring the exhaustion from the long journey. She immediately said, "Then should we also follow and take a look?" Long Houchin pointed below and solemnly said, "Let's go down and rest first. You must calm down. If you really discover an enemy, you can't be impulsive. Otherwise, not only will you not be able to save people, it will have the opposite effect. Everyone first rest." Long Houchin rarely spoke so sternly to his companions, because Chunning-Er's heart was already in chaos. If he didn't let her sober up, once she made a mistake, it would very likely affect the overall situation. Chunning-Er agreed, no longer saying anything else. Everyone landed together and found a hidden place to stop. They immediately sat cross-legged and began to meditate, recovering their physical strength. Long Houchin once again activated the connection between his spiritual force and the soul chain, conveying their specific location to Kai-Er. Kai-Er stopped in one place for a long time without moving. After about a quarter of an hour, she moved again, this time with a sudden increase in speed, rushing towards Long Houchin's side. At this time, Kai-Er was already close to 300 kilometers away from them. Even if they flew at full speed, it would still take them close to an hour to catch up. Long Houchin cut off the spiritual link and concentrated on guarding his body, absorbing the light elements from the outside world into his body to recover the previously consumed spiritual power. He was almost certain that Kai-Er must have found something. As the core of the team, he had to restore his condition to its peak. But he didn't tell his companions about his judgment. They needed to maintain a calm state to recover their spiritual power. Sure enough, in less than an hour, Kai-Er had already descended from the sky, floating in front of everyone, also waking them up from their cultivation. At this time, Kai-Er's face looked slightly pale. Continuous exploration and search for more than 16 hours had taken a considerable toll on her. Long Houchin floated up and stuffed a large recovery elixir into her mouth. His right hand pressed on her back, and his pure light elements poured into Kai-Er's body. Kai-Er's spiritual power was a very special attribute. Full of explosive power, it could be called the slaughter attribute, completely brought about by the inheritance of the Grim Reaper. Her spiritual power didn't resist any other spiritual power. In other words, any element of any attribute could be absorbed by her and turned into her own power. With the help of Long Houchin, Kai-Er's breath gradually calmed down. She nodded to Chunning-Er, who was watching her anxiously. "I found it a demon with a large group of ox demons. I saw Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi who were being escorted by them. A conservative estimate of the number of ox demons is about 10,000. Can you identify which demon it is?" Long Houchin stopped Chunning-Er, who was so excited that she almost jumped up and gestured for her to calm down. Chunning-Er stuck out her tongue. Then she calmed down and didn't ask further. Hearing Long Houchin's question, Kai-Er's face suddenly became a lot more solemn. "It's the dragon rider demon Asmodeus." Chunning-Er, who was still very excited a moment ago, heard Kai-Er's words and suddenly took a deep breath, and her face became a lot paler. The other people's faces also didn't look good. They were in big trouble this time. As the leaders of the younger generation of the major temple, they were naturally very familiar with the 72 demon pillars of the demons. Dragon rider demon Asmodeus ranked 32nd among the 72 demon pillars of the demons. The ranking of the demons was based on their comprehensive strength. Although Asmodeus was ranked 32nd, his combat strength was the strongest among the demon pillars, ranked after 24th. Asmodeus didn't have many special abilities like Godseal, the demon pillar of insight. However, his powerful frontal combat strength was very famous among the demons. His internal spiritual power was at least more than 200,000, and he had his own territory. Asmodeus had 3 heads, respectively an ox head, a human head, a ram head, and a snake tail. He had an infernal dragon as his mount, and his weapon was a spear with a skull flag. The ox head was responsible for attack, the ram head was responsible for defense, and the human head was responsible for intelligence. He had an extremely balanced ability. It was unknown how many human powerhouses had suffered a great loss in his hands. Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi's 2 teams of monster hunters encountered Dragon Rider Demon Asmodeus. It was no wonder that they were completely annihilated. Long Haochen held Kai Oi's somewhat cold little hand and said, "Very good, with accurate information, we can make arrangements. You should rest immediately." "Okay." Kai nodded and didn't say much. She hurriedly sat down at the side and immediately entered a state of meditation. Long Haochen motioned for everyone to sit down, and he also sat next to Kai and said in a deep voice, "Dragon Rider Demon Asmodeus is a powerful demon lord. With our current strength, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to kill him. This demon lord's attack and defense are quite strong, and the strength of his mount is also close to the standard of a level 10 demon beast. Moreover, we can't reveal our identity yet, so Haoyue can't join the battle to help us. Now, let's formulate the following tactics." As he spoke, Long Haochen picked up a branch from the side and began to draw on the ground, explaining as he drew. The others listened to his arrangements and nodded repeatedly. "Everyone, remember our goal is to save people. Remember not to be obsessed with fighting. After saving Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi, you all immediately gather. With Dragon Rider Demon Asmodeus here, it won't be easy for us to escape. If we really can't escape, we will rely on the Tower of Eternity to teleport. My teleportation ability can probably be about 10 to 15 meters in diameter. Therefore, you must gather together as much as possible while moving closer to me. Do you understand?" Everyone nodded, only Chinning hesitated. "Boss, but like this you..." Long Haochen smiled slightly and said, "Why? Don't you trust me?" Chinning shook her head hard, clenched her fists, and didn't say anything more. She couldn't thank Long Haochen and her companions for their great kindness, and she deeply remembered it in her heart. 10,000 demon army quickly rushed through the wilderness. These 10,000 demons were all ox demons heavy infantry. Ox demons were a large clan among demons, but unfortunately they didn't have demon god bloodline. Therefore, although their clan was quite powerful, their position among demons couldn't be compared to bear demon, hell demons, and the like. Of course, compared to dual blade demons, wolf demons, and the like, they were still much stronger. The ox demon army was mainly fighting against the Soul Temple at Myriad Beast Pass, and these 10,000 ox demon heavy infantry were temporarily transferred from there by Dragon Rider Demon Asmodeus to support the Exorcist Mountain Pass. The Exorcist Mountain Pass suddenly lost 2 demon gods. Emotion demon Godseal was injured, and with the constant harassment and sneak attacks from the Assassin Temple, the originally absolutely advantageous situation suddenly became extremely disadvantageous. Dragon Rider Demon God Asmodeus received Demon Emperor's order to go to the Exorcist Mountain Pass as reinforcements. Over at Myriad Beast Pass, although the battle was fierce, the summoned beasts of the Soul Temple were too difficult to deal with, and there wouldn't be much progress in a short time. Ox demons didn't have demon god bloodline, and had always been very close to Asmodeus, who had a bull head. After seeing this demon god, they immediately proposed to send some reinforcements for Asmodeus to mobilize. Ox demons were all tall and strong men. Although they weren't as valiant as bear demons, they were still more than 2 meters tall. Their bare upper bodies were covered with thick bronze muscles, and their backs were especially broad. looking at the muscles like lumps of iron made people tremble. They had 2 horns on their heads, and once they charged, even a steel plate as thick as half a foot could be smashed through. The most ordinary ox demons were 4th-grade experts. Their clan leader's cultivation was as high as 8th grade. Like most of the demon race, the weapons of the ox demon race's warriors were also uneven, but most of them liked to use heavy weapons such as axes and hammers. Demon god dragon rider Asmodeus was still very easy to recognize among this group of ox demon heavy infantry. Although the ox demon was strong, it paled in comparison to the dragon-riding demon god. Asmodeus was also naked, and his lower body was wearing dark blue shorts. His skin was dark. He was more than 3 meters tall, and there were 3 heads on his neck. The center was a human head, and the left and right sides were bull heads and ram heads respectively. His dark muscles emitted a metallic luster, and his majestic body was like a mountain standing in the middle of an army. The Hell Dragon Rider was more than 15 meters long, a little similar to a bone dragon, but its bones weren't as thick. However, its entire body was covered in pitch-black flames. Deep purple hellfire danced in its eye sockets. The surrounding ox demons were at least 20 meters away from it. Otherwise, they would be roasted by hellfire. The ox demon had been running all this time, and this had been going on for 10 days. The biggest characteristic of ox demons was their super endurance, and they were the most powerful of all the other demons of the same rank. They were adept at long-distance raids. They could even carry heavy loads. Not far behind Asmodeus, there were 8 ox demons pulling a prison carriage. The tumbrils were huge iron cages with 4 wheels. 2 people were imprisoned inside, their hands were locked, and their heads were stuck outside the iron cage. Their hair was unkempt, and their bodies were covered in blood. Their faces could no longer be seen. Only the occasional twitching of their bodies proved that they were still alive. If Asmodeus didn't think that they were still useful, he would have killed them a long time ago. However, these 2 humans were seriously injured, and they were not far from death. If Asmodeus hadn't given his subordinates the order to keep them alive, they probably wouldn't have been able to hold on a long time ago. They relied on some liquid food to maintain their lives every day. Asmodeus, who was riding on the back of the Hell Dragon, looked up at the sky. His 3 heads had 3 thoughts, but they shared a common body. Ox Head said impatiently, "This is too slow. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have brought these ox demons." Ram Head snorted and said, "Aren't you the one who insisted on letting these ox demons follow us because you feel proud? If we were going by ourselves, we would have arrived a long time ago. Not only are we bringing so many ox demons, but we also have those 2 burdens." The human head in the center said coldly, "Both of you be quiet. Do you need me to explain it to you again? These 2 humans are demon hunters, and they are the leaders of the monster hunters. For them to have such cultivation at such a young age, they are definitely not nameless among humans. If we can use their lives to exchange for a demon god's crown, we will have made a great contribution." Hearing the human head speak, the ox demon and ram head immediately became obedient. The human head frowned and said, "We will reach our destination in 3 days at most." Just as he said that, the resolute human head suddenly turned to look in a direction, and his eyes immediately froze. On a hill that their group passed by, a series of roars could be heard. A large number of demonic beasts rushed down from the hill, heading straight for the ox demon army. The ox demons were also a race that was good at fighting. Without needing Asmodeus's instructions, they had already formed a formation and charged forward. There were quite a number of demonic beasts coming down from the hill. Although some of them were weak, most of them were at least level 4. There were also a few level 8 and level 9 demonic beasts that were particularly valiant. In the center of these demonic beasts, there was a huge evil eye that was more than a meter in diameter. It waved its 4 long tentacles, and layers of spiritual waves continuously spread out from its huge single eye. Those demonic beasts seemed to be under its command, advancing and retreating according to their orders, and brazenly clashed with the Ox demon army. Buzz! A layer of intense, distorted ripples fanned out and descended on the Ox demon's heavy cavalry. Affected by the distorted ripples, a large number of Ox demons stiffened. After being hit by the Ox demons behind, they immediately fell into chaos. Meanwhile, the hundreds of demonic beasts that had already rushed down the hill immediately launched a frenzied attack based on their respective instincts. The evil Eye Overlord was still in the center, releasing spiritual magic one after another to stimulate its own demonic beasts. At the same time, it used spiritual attacks to disrupt the Ox demon army. For a moment, they were at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers, but they actually managed to kill the Ox demons. Meanwhile, the following demonic beasts continued to rush down from the hill. However, these 10,000 Ox demons were the regular army of the demons, after all. After a short period of chaos, they quickly stabilized their formation and fought head-on with the demonic beasts. One by one, the demonic beasts were gradually killed under their encirclement, and the Ox demons were also constantly injured. A thick smell of blood gradually drifted in the air. The dragon rider demon god, Asmodeus, did not pay attention to the battlefield. Instead, he looked at the top of the hill. These demonic beasts came too suddenly. How could there be so many demonic beasts in a place like this? Moreover, they were moving together despite the huge difference in race. There was only one possibility, which was that they were human summoners. At this moment, the total number of demonic beasts that rushed down from the top of the hill had exceeded 500, causing a lot of damage to the Ox demon army. Asmodeus was trying to determine the total number of summoners on the hill. He was not in a hurry to attack. Relying on these summoned demonic beasts was not enough to break through the Ox demon army's formation. Chirp! With a sharp chirp, the colorless, distorted ripples exploded again. This time, the huge single eye of the evil Eye Overlord turned completely blood-red. As the owner of spiritual magic, the evil eye's attack power was unleashed at this moment. Wherever the distorted ripples passed, it was the densest area of the Ox demons. The Ox demons that were impacted by the distorted ripples were instantly stunned. However, this time they did not recover from the spiritual shock like before. The next moment, there was a series of puffing sounds. Blood splattered everywhere. The Ox demons that were swept by the distorted ripples all bled out of their orifices and died. This time, at least 300 Ox demons were instantly killed, which also bought some time for the demonic beasts that were besieged by the Ox demons. Some of the stronger demonic beasts immediately unleashed their ultimate skills, forcing an opening in the Ox demon army's formation. From the start of the battle until now, it had only been 10 minutes, and the Ox demons had lost almost 1/10 of their numbers. However, among the 500 demonic beasts that rushed down from the hill, half of them had died. After launching a powerful attack, the evil Eye Overlord seemed very weak. Its 4 long tentacles whipped on the ground, and its body flew backward, heading straight for the top of the hill. Trying to escape? The dragon rider demon god Asmodeus snorted coldly and pointed the huge spear in his right hand in the direction of the evil Eye Overlord. From the skull flag at the front of the spear, a ball of black light shot out, forming a black skull with a diameter of 1 meter in the air, and flew straight in the direction of the evil Eye Overlord. The other demonic beasts were fighting without a care for themselves, but the evil Eye Overlord was obviously not an ordinary summoned demonic beast from the start of the battle until now. In Asmodeus's opinion, it should be the demonic beast of a powerful summoner. Even he hated this kind of spiritual beast, so he naturally did not intend to let the evil Eye Overlord go back alive. Seeing that the black skull was about to catch up with the evil Eye Overlord, suddenly a golden light shot down from the hill and guided the evil Eye Overlord. With a whoosh, the evil Eye Overlord suddenly accelerated, leaving the black skull behind. In the next moment, a figure shimmering with orange light suddenly blocked the path of the black skeleton. The orange light flashed violently, and with a poof, the black skull collapsed, turning into wisps of black gas that dissipated in the air. A knight in golden helmet and armor suddenly appeared there. The knight was riding on a handsome starlight unicorn. Its wings were spread, and its whole body emitted a holy light element aura. It was the shield in the knight's hand that blocked the black skull just now. Other than summoners, there was also a knight. The human head in the center of Asmodeus's mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. He stomped on the hell dragon, and the hell dragon's bone wings emitted black flames. The bull head, human head, and ram head all emitted the same black flames as the hell dragon's body, and the spear in his hand pointed at the knight on a golden pedestal in the distance. In a sense, Asmodeus could be considered the knight of demons. Seeing a human knight, his heart couldn't help but burn with fighting spirit. Among the demon gods, he was a little similar to the berserk demon god Anan. They were both absolute admirers of individual heroism. The stronger the enemy, the stronger the fighting spirit. Slapping the hell dragon's back with his right hand, the dragon rider demon god Asmodeus leaped up, and his tall and strong body stood on the hell dragon's back with a flag spear that was more than 5 meters long. He stood on the back of the hell dragon with a burning gaze, and stared at the long houchen opposite him. Thick black flames burst from him and the hell dragon at the same time, as if they were going to burn the sky. The hell dragon let out a wild roar, and had already rushed towards the knight on a golden pedestal riding on the starlight unicorn. Without a doubt, the knight on a golden pedestal who appeared here at this time was naturally the leader of the Light of Dawn monster hunters, Long Houchen. The previous beast tide was naturally completed by Choninger alone, relying on the 18 living soul gates to summon more than 500 demonic beasts. The terror of a high-grade summoner was undoubtedly evident. Among the 500 demonic beasts, there were more than a dozen level, 9 demonic beasts that were equivalent to human level, 8 powerhouses. If the Ox Demon army wanted to eliminate all of them, it would consume a lot of their own strength. To a large extent, they stalled the demon army. After completing the summoning of the living soul gates, Chining was recovering her mental strength. Don't forget, she still had Medal. It could be said that in the past 2 years, the one who had the greatest growth among the Light of Dawn monster hunters was not Long Houchen, but Chining. From being the least useful in the team to now, she was using her own strength to prove to all her companions that she was an indispensable part of the team. His left hand was holding the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield, and his right hand was holding the Aria of the Goddess of Light. Asmodeus' powerful aura was locked on him. Long Houchen raised the heavy sword in his hand, and his whole body shone with a dazzling golden radiance. The light elements in the air were gathering towards him at an alarming rate. The golden foundation armor instantly emitted a strong golden flame. The clear flame was filled with an incomparably pure aura of light. Star King flapped his wings and rushed towards the infernal dragon that was several times his size. Asmodeus pointed his spear forward, and with a loud roar, a sharp black flame spewed out from the tip of the spear. It turned into a dragon head in the air and went straight for Long Houchen. Compared to the attack on the evil eye, this attack was obviously much stronger. At the same time, the sky behind Asmodeus became pitch black. At this moment, a golden light separated from Long Houchen's back. Then a milky white light beam shot out from Long Houchen's back and went straight for Asmodeus. Black and white formed a sharp contrast in the air. Asmodeus swung his spear horizontally, and the black flame dragon head suddenly deflected a bit, just in time to bite the white light. However, what made the Demon King surprised was that the white light beam did not seem to encounter any obstruction. It directly drilled through the dragon head, and in the next moment, it landed on his body. A strange feeling instantly spread through Asmodeus's body. The knight opposite him seemed to have become his mortal enemy, and killing him became the only thought in Asmodeus's mind. That's right, that white light was not an attack, but an evolved version of the Saint's spiritual stove released by Yiting. The Saint's spiritual stove could attract the enemy's attention, making him the enemy's first target. but it could not affect the enemy's attack power. At the same time when the saint's spiritual stove was used on Asmodeus, the black flame dragon head that he had released earlier had also arrived in front of Long Houchen. Sun Moon Divine Snails, shield blocked in front of him. Divine defense block. Boom! Long Houchen deliberately used his own strength to resist the opponent's attack, because he wanted to know the extent of Asmodeus's true strength. The moment the black dragon head hit the Sun Moon Divine Snail shield, Long Houchen couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Asmodeus's attack was filled with powerful dark spiritual power. After the almost viscous dark element hit the Sun Moon Divine Snail shield, it was like maggots on a tarsal bone, spreading along both sides of the shield towards Long Houchen's body. Not only that, the terrifying impact directly bombarded Long Houchen and the Star King in the air for more than 10 meters before stabilizing his body. Divine Defense Block was the knight's most practical and important skill. As long as it was used properly, it could resist an enemy's attack that was 3 times stronger. And if there was a powerful shield, then the power of Divine Defense Block could be further enhanced. There is no doubt that in the entire Temple League, there might not be a better shield than the Sun Moon Divine Snail shield. Long Houchen's own understanding of Divine Defense Block had reached the point of perfection. But even so, he was not able to completely dissolve the enemy's attack. The violent impact caused the Sun Moon Divine Snail's shield to burst out its own power. Long Houchen only felt that the spiritual power in his body was falling rapidly. Fortunately, he had the Starlight Divine Beast Sun Moon Divine Snail shield in his hand, which had an innate ability to restrain dark spiritual power. This prevented the black flame dragon head's corrosion from spreading and was cleansed by the light. But just from this probing collision, Long Houchen judged that the opponent's strength was far above his own. When the strength of both sides was about the same, the saint's spiritual stove could effectively restrain the opponent. But if there was a large difference in strength, then it would become a life-threatening talisman. After sending Long Houchen retreating with one strike, the dragon rider demon god Asmodeus's infernal dragon also instantly accelerated, almost chasing after Long Houchen's retreating figure. He had already arrived in front of him. The banner spear in his hand swept horizontally, directly sweeping towards Long Houchen, who was on the Star King's back. On top of his spear, there was a swift and fierce black lightning. If seen from afar, at this moment, Long Houchen was only a small ball of golden light, while the dragon rider demon god Asmodeus was like a dark cloud that covered the sky and covered the sun as he rushed towards him. It was also at this time that Long Houchen made a decision that Asmodeus did not expect. The orange light converged. He actually put away his strongest defense, the Sun Moon Divine Snail Shield. Instead, he held the aria of the Goddess of Light with both hands. Facing Asmodeus's sweeping spear, the heavy sword in his hand made an upward, slashing movement from below, courting death. Asmodeus coldly snorted in his heart. The bull head on the right side of his neck issued a wild roar, and the banner spear's power increased. Even if there was a mountain in front of him, he would still sweep it in half. Chapter 212. In the distance, the members of Light of Dawn who were hiding in the dark couldn't help but want to rush out, but were stopped by Kyr. Believe in him, he can do it. Ding! A crisp sound of collision rang out, and an incredible scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. Facing Asmodeus's powerful sweep, Long Houchen actually gave up on the Sun Moon Divine Snail Shield and only used the aria of the Goddess of Light to face the enemy. What was shocking was that when the heavy sword collided with the flag spear, Asmodeus's flag spear was actually flicked away by Long Houchen. That's right, a scene that everyone thought was impossible happened just like that. After Asmodeus's flag spear was flicked by the aria of the Goddess of Light, it seemed to have found another path forward and swept over Long Houchen's head. It was also at this moment that Long Houchen made his move. He used the most basic entry skill of the Punishment Knight, Sudden Stab. Golden light flickered, and the orange-red dazzling light blade was retracted. Asmodeus punched out with his left fist and met Long Houchen's attack head-on. Ram head roared. Another soft ding sound rang out. Asmodeus, who was standing on the back of the infernal dragon, actually swayed a little. If someone could look closely, they would see that there was an additional wound on his left fist. Long Houchen's pick and stab could only be described as ingenious. After that attack, he didn't stop, for spiritual wings instantly rushed out from his back, and he seemed to have no intention of hiding his identity anymore. His body flew backward, and the Star King was recalled. Asmodeus, do you dare to compete with me in martial arts? Asmodeus didn't expect that his opponent, who was obviously far weaker than him, could actually hurt his body. The most important part of Long Houchen's attack, just now, was that pick. What he picked was the weakest spot on Asmodeus' flag spear. It was also the weakest point. He didn't touch it directly, but he simply borrowed the force to change Asmodeus' attack route and made him leave an opening. For Long Houchen to be able to achieve this under such a disparity in cultivation, it could be said that he had reached the pinnacle in terms of the application of techniques. However, the difference in strength between him and Asmodeus was too great. After the first strike, he couldn't use sword intent for the second strike. Otherwise, that strike would definitely threaten Asmodeus to a greater extent. You dare to provoke me? You're courting death! Asmodeus shouted angrily as he tapped the back of the infernal dragon and chased after Long Houchen at lightning speed. At the same time, a strange scene appeared. The huge body of the infernal dragon, which was his mount, instantly disintegrated into pieces of bone armor that fell on Asmodeus's steel body. In an instant, it completely covered his body. Intense black flames burst out in an instant, and all the other elements in the air except for the dark element were madly driven away. Although Asmodeus was furious, he definitely wouldn't underestimate his opponent. The fact that Long Houchen could hurt him had already aroused his vigilance. He could naturally see that the aria of the Goddess of Light in Long Houchen's hand wasn't an ordinary weapon. It wasn't a wise choice to clash with this epic heavy sword head-on with his body. The infernal dragon armor was somewhat similar to the fusion between Haoyue and Long Houchen, but it was still inferior in terms of level. The fusion between Haoyue and Long Houchen was a kind of bloodline compatibility, while the infernal dragon and Asmodeus were simply covered in armor. There was an essential difference. However, even so, the dragon rider demon god Asmodeus's infernal dragon armor increased its ferocity. The pair of huge bone wings on its back flapped, and it caught up to Long Houchen almost instantly. The flag spear in his hand transformed into tens of thousands of black rays in the air, and they went straight for Long Houchen's body. What was more terrifying was that in the attack of his flag spear, there were countless black skeletons surging out of the skeleton flag, covering a larger area. It seemed like they were going to devour Long Houchen in an instant. The golden rays swallowed and spat. Facing such a pursuit, Long Houchen no longer retreated. He still held the aria of the Goddess of Light in both hands. In an instant, his entire body was covered by a layer of golden flowing light, giving people the feeling that he was no longer a person, but a simple sword. A sharp sword intent erupted in an instant, and a dazzling golden light burst out from Long Houchen's eyes. His body seemed to be swaying erratically in the spear light. Ding, 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 ding. Amidst a series of crisp collisions, a ball of golden light was shrouded in a huge mass of black light. It seemed to be struggling left and right, but the black light just couldn't get close to him. The aria of the Goddess of Light was used by Long Houchen in a very small range. The tip of the sword kept changing directions, and every time it was flicked, it was completely borrowing force. He would never clash head-on with Asmodeus. The flag spear in Asmodeus' hand was constantly flicked to the side. As for those black skeletons, they were directly purified by the golden flames that emerged from Long Houchen's body. Asmodeus' eyes flickered with shock. He never expected that this seemingly weak opponent would have such superb skills. Even with his strength when attacking Long Houchen, He actually felt a sense of powerlessness, but he couldn't exert it. Every strike of Long Houchen's was aimed at the weakest part of his attack, so the flag spear naturally changed direction and couldn't really exert its attack power. Once or twice could be said to be a coincidence, but in the face of his wide-area attack, none of his spear could really collide with Long Houchen. How could it still be a coincidence? It was as if Long Houchen had another eye that could instantly capture all his weaknesses. In fact, even Long Houchen's companions didn't know that Long Houchen's strongest ability was definitely not offense, but defense. Although he was a discipline and guardian knight, don't forget what he chose when his father asked him to choose. In the past 2 years, Long Houchen hardly practiced the discipline knight skills, and all his electives were the guardian knight skills. At this time, although he was using a sword to fight the enemy, in fact, he was purely defending. Back then, when he was still in Odin Town, Long Houchen followed his father to practice, and his first lesson was to face the extremely terrifying owl ants at that time. Every day, he faced thousands of owl ants in the anthill, and the only thing he could rely on was the bamboo sword in his hand. If he couldn't block the owl ant's attack, it would be extremely painful. At that time, Long Houchen had already begun to practice defense skills. Before Long Xingwu left, he had already made some achievements in his skills. Without using spiritual power, even Long Xingwu couldn't attack Long Houchen's defense. Should this sword defense skill be a discipline knight skill or a guardian knight skill? In Long Houchen's heart, he classified it as a guardian knight skill. Over the years, with the continuous improvement of his strength and a deeper understanding of martial arts, coupled with the training in the Tower of Eternity, Long Houchen's martial arts were gradually reaching great success. With his current cultivation, it was absolutely impossible to defeat the dragon rider demon god Asmodeus. But if it was just a competition of martial arts, it would not be so easy for Asmodeus to suppress others with force. With the previous lesson, Asmodeus didn't even dare to attack recklessly. He had already felt Long Houchen's attack before. Once he revealed an opening, he would face the attack of Long Houchen's body and sword as one. Of course, Asmodeus had many ways to suppress Long Houchen's martial arts. However, as a demon god who focused on individual combat power, how could he not be excited when he encountered an opponent like Long Houchen? For a moment, he was unwilling to use a more powerful ability to quickly destroy Long Houchen. Instead, he only used martial arts to compete with Long Houchen. The battle between the black and gold in the air was in full swing, but neither could do anything to the other. Long Houchen relied on his own strength to restrain Asmodeus. This was also the most important part of his entire plan. Only by restraining the dragon rider demon god could his partners successfully carry out their other plans. Of course, what Long Houchen displayed now wasn't his full strength. He also had a trump card. Asmodeus was the 32nd ranked demon god. Once he used a more powerful ability, Long Houchen naturally had to reserve some strength to deal with it. At this time, he had already revealed his 4 wings and didn't plan to hide his identity. The Demon Emperor had predicted through Star Demon Vasak that he would come near the Exorcist mountain pass, so he came. He even planned to inform the Demon Emperor of his movements through Asmodeus's mouth, thus removing the danger of the Exorcist mountain pass. This was all part of his overall plan. While the battle between Long Houchen and the dragon rider demon god Asmodeus was in full swing, the magical beast army on the other side was also in its final moments. Of the 500 magical beasts, only 30 or so were left, but they were all level 7 and above magical beasts. Under their attacks, the ox demons also suffered heavy losses. However, the ox demons were quite powerful in both attack and defense. As the saying goes, ants can bite an elephant to death. Their fearless attacks were constantly reducing the number of magical beasts. It was also at this time that a sudden change occurred. From the bellies of the magical beasts at the back, several people suddenly jumped out. The person in the lead, wielding a blood-red heavy sword, let out an angry roar and brazenly rushed out. The heavy sword in his hand flashed, and several huge golden rays of light tore through the air, tearing the bodies of the ox demons to shreds. Like a sharp knife, he charged into the demons' camp. Not only that, but two even more valiant figures burst out on his left and right. A silver light on the left and a golden light on the right. The silver light scattered, and whether it was the weapons in the hands of the ox demons or their powerful bodies, as long as they came in contact with the silver light, they would instantly be cut into pieces. At the same time, an even larger silver light flew out with an ear-piercing sound, sweeping away the ox demons. The scene on the other side was even more valiant. That golden light burst out from a huge metal ball, and wherever the metal ball passed, there was a thunderous roar. None of the ox demons could get close to it, and they were immediately blasted into pieces. Apart from the three of them, there was also a mage standing proudly at the back. He waved the staff in his hand, and 12 bursting fireballs flew in all directions, exploding in the densest group of ox demons. The blue fireballs were like blue ghosts. Even the slightest spark would instantly melt one's flesh and corrode one's bones. Once one was affected by the explosion, one would instantly turn into charcoal. Behind the mage was another knight who had a heavy shield in his left hand and a heavy sword in his right, protecting his back. The 5 of them plunged into the enemy's formation at an astonishing speed and went straight for the prison carriage in the center. Their appearance was too sudden, and the explosive power of their attacks was too overbearing. In particular, the mage's attack covered a large area, and the explosion of each bursting fireball could cause damage to dozens of ox demons. In a fit of rage, he blasted open a path. The ox demon army fell into chaos. Without a doubt, the 5 of them were Han Yu, who opened the path, Wang Yuan Yuan and Sima Xian on the left and right flanks, Lin Xian in the center, and Zhang Fangfang at the back. Just as the 5 of them appeared, a loud and clear dragon roar suddenly sounded. Then a black dragon appeared out of nowhere and flew straight toward the ox demon army. In the air, the black dragon that was more than 10 meters long spat out a breath. With a sweep, hundreds of ox demons were corroded into water and disappeared completely. On the back of the black dragon sat a young lady. The young lady's body shone with a thick, distorted light. If one looked closely, they would see that the distorted light was turning into layers of ripples and merging into the black dragon's body. Heaven-defying demon dragon. If the charge of Han Yu and the others was not enough to disrupt the ox demon army's morale, they would only be a little confused. Then, as the heaven-defying demon dragon appeared and attacked the ox demon army, it instantly destroyed the ox demon army's morale. For a moment, the ox demon army didn't even know whether to fight or flee. Under such circumstances, the members of the Light of Dawn monster hunters charged straight toward the prison wagon. Of course, there were smart people in the ox demon army. Several especially tall ox demons guarding next to the prison wagon saw the enemies approaching at an alarming speed. One of the ox demons immediately roared, grabbed the iron cage of the prison wagon, and flipped onto the prison wagon. The enemies seemed to be targeting the 2 prisoners, and these humans were quite powerful. They had to be prepared to kill the prisoners before the humans attacked. A gray light flashed, and the ox demon, who had just jumped onto the prison wagon, was slashed diagonally from the left shoulder to the right waist. The 2 halves of the corpse fell off the wagon. A slim figure also appeared on the prison cart. A black dress and a black scythe. A cold, murderous intent surged. The huge scythe in her hand swept out, and the ox demon guarding the prison wagon was instantly beheaded. Although the overall strength of the ox demon army was not bad, there were no particularly outstanding powerhouses. Apart from the dragon rider demon god Asmodeus, the strongest ox demon was only at the 6th or 7th grade. How could this kind of ox demon bring any trouble to Kai Er? In Long Houchen's plan, attracting Asmodeus was the first step, followed by his partner's attack. After all, with just Kai Er's strength, although she could get close to the prison wagon, it would be difficult to bring both of them out from the army. Yang Wenjiao and Duan had been captured for so many days. Their physical condition could be imagined, and they could not withstand the turbulence. Since they were here to rescue them, they naturally had to ensure their safety first. Kai Er's mission was to ensure that Duan Yi and Yang Wenjiao would not be harmed before everyone rushed to the prison wagon. While the other ox demons had not rushed over, the Grim Reaper scythe swung continuously. The steel cage was like tofu in front of it and was directly cut into pieces, but it did not harm Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi at all. The two of them had already fallen into a semi-conscious state, and without the support of the cage, they immediately collapsed on the prison wagon. Kai Er hurried forward and stuffed a pill given by Lin Xian into their mouths. She made them lie on their backs, and the pill naturally flowed into their bodies. The appearance of the heaven-defying demonic dragon was a great deterrent to the ox demon army. So much so that when Kai Er rescued Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi, not many ox demons attacked her. There was no doubt that the heaven-defying demonic dragon was Madul's incarnation. Although Channing used the spiritual furnace of time to cast the living soul gate, she still had the support of the soul saint garment, and her combat power was still there. The heaven-defying demonic dragon that Madul had incarnated was no longer a decoration like before. With the support of the huge spiritual power of the soul saint garment, not only did it not need to swallow magic crystals, it could also maintain the strength of a rank 9 magical beast for a period of time under the support of the soul saint garment. Flying through the air, they soon arrived at the location where Kai Er was. Kai Er grabbed one in each hand and jumped up, landing on Madul's back with Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi. The heaven-defying demonic dragon flapped its wings and flew up. At the same time, it spat out another breath, but this time it turned around and spat out. It helped Han Yu and the others to wipe out the enemies on their side. Han Yu and the others also took advantage of the situation to fly up with their spiritual wings and converge here. The ox demons were not a race that could fly, plus they were deterred by the heaven-defying demonic dragon, so their actions were very smooth, and they quickly converged in the air. The movement here naturally attracted the attention of the dragon rider demon god Asmodeus. From the moment Han Yu and the others attacked, to the rescue of Kai Er and the heaven-defying demonic dragon soared into the sky. Only a minute had passed from beginning to end. Asmodeus was originally fighting to his heart's content with Long Houchen, and he was even a little unwilling to output more spiritual power, because he was not in a hurry to kill Long Houchen at all. In the process of fighting with Long Houchen with pure martial arts, he felt that he had benefited a lot. The perfect use of Long Houchen's skills gave him considerable inspiration. It was not until the aura of the heaven-defying demonic dragon appeared that he realized something was wrong. Luring the tiger away from the mountain, he was fooled. Asmodeus made the correct judgment in the first moment. He could no longer bother with Long Houchen. With a roar, the spear suddenly condensed in the air, and then a huge black flame burst out from the spear, turning into a huge fire pillar with a diameter of more than 5 meters, directly bombarding Long Houchen. With the effect of the saint's spiritual stove, he must kill Long Houchen before he could deal with the situation on the other side. The terrifying black flame gave people a feeling of stickiness, and in an instant Long Houchen felt as if he had entered a world of darkness without light. That feeling of suffocation even made him feel the pain when he was suppressed by the death demon god Samakia. This attack was obviously prepared by Asmodeus, and it was a technique specifically aimed at Long Houchen. No matter how brilliant your martial arts were, under the absolute suppression of spiritual power, what could you do? This was a method of using strength to subdue 10. After launching this attack, Asmodeus almost turned around and flew towards the army. The appearance of the heaven-defying demonic dragon was also a huge shock to him. That was a member of the Demon Emperor's clan. Could it be that there was a heaven-defying demonic dragon that betrayed His Majesty the Demon Emperor? He had to find out. However, Just when he thought that Long Houchen would be seriously injured, even if he didn't die under his accumulated power attack, he couldn't maintain the saint's spiritual stove. Behind him came Long Houchen's clear voice. "Where do you think you're going? Your opponent is me." Huh. The saint's spiritual stove's attraction ability didn't disappear, and Asmodeus was pulled by the aura and almost instantly turned around. He was shocked to see that the two huge black flames were flying into the distance, while Long Houchen was still in his previous position. However, the sword in his hand had changed. The unsealed aria of the Goddess of Light was an orange-red epic equipment, but at this moment it had astonishingly turned into a 7-colored gold. Divine tools didn't have to be 7-colored, but 7-colored was definitely a divine tool. This point had already been proven by the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield. Long Houchen was still holding the heavy sword with both hands, staring at Asmodeus with a burning gaze. From the momentum of the black flames, it could be seen that the attack that Asmodeus thought was enough to devour the opponent in front of him was unexpectedly cut open by him. It didn't really hurt Long Houchen. The peculiar 7-colored golden light attracted the attention of the dragon rider fiend god Asmodeus. He was worthy of being one of the most proficient demon gods in battle. Just at this moment, Asmodeus immediately cast aside everything below and focused his whole body on Long Houchen's body. In the battle between him and Long Houchen just now, Asmodeus also secretly admired Long Houchen's powerful sword intent and sword skills. At this moment, the weapon in Long Houchen's hand suddenly became a divine tool, and Asmodeus couldn't help but pay attention to it. A human knight who could almost cultivate sword skills and sword intent to the extreme. If he had such a divine sword, it wouldn't be as simple as adding wings to a tiger. He could really threaten Asmodeus. Asmodeus didn't regret at all that he didn't fight Long Houchen with all his strength. This battle brought him a lot of inspiration. He was completely sure that through this battle, his martial arts would definitely improve a lot. Demons were the same as humans. The closer the battle was, the more they could stimulate their potential. Looking at the divine sword in Long Houchen's hand, Asmodeus's eyes had already lit up. "Very good. You really have the qualifications to be my opponent. If I kill you today, I will personally bury you to show my respect," Asmodeus said coldly, pointing the spear in his right hand. The one who spoke was the head in the middle. For the demons, such words were already a considerable recognition of their opponent. Demons saw humans as part of their food, especially the corpses of human powerhouses. The demons would never let go of them. Asmodeus said this out of respect for Long Houchen. Long Houchen didn't say anything. At this moment, his eyes were completely fixed on the aria of the Goddess of Light in his hand. As a punishment knight, why didn't he use 2 divine swords at the same time? He was originally good at using 2 swords. If he used both swords at the same time, he would definitely be able to exert more power. However, he didn't do that because this aria of the Goddess of Light contained his follow-up move. Dragon Rider Demon God Asmodeus was much stronger than him. Long Houchen was very clear that it was completely impossible for him to defeat his opponent. He couldn't even stop Asmodeus. However, he had his ways. Back then, when he was still very young, Long Xingwu once told him about the characteristics, and fighting methods of all the demon gods. Long Xingwu's evaluation of Asmodeus was very similar to his evaluation of Anan. He said that Berserk demon god Anan was an absolute martial arts fanatic. In Anan's heart, there was nothing more important than improving his own strength. Even if it was the demon emperor's order, he might not necessarily follow it completely. And his evaluation of Asmodeus was somewhat similar to his evaluation of Anan. Asmodeus was also very obsessed with improving his strength. But the difference between him and Anan was that while he was obsessed with improving his own strength, he was absolutely loyal to the Demon Emperor and was more rational than Anan. Perhaps because of this, in terms of personal strength, he still couldn't compare with Anan. In other words, Asmodeus's obsession with improving his own strength was divided into priorities. but a Nan was completely different. It was precisely because he grasped this characteristic of Asmodeus's character that Long Houchin didn't increase his overall strength when fighting him, but instead relied on martial arts to contend against him. It must be known that this would bring enormous pressure to Long Houchin, facing an opponent whose cultivation was far above his own. How could it be easy to rely on skills to deal with the opponent's mountain-like attack? However, without a doubt, Long Houchin succeeded. His sword skills and sword intent deeply attracted Asmodeus's attention, so much so that Asmodeus didn't go all out in the fight, but only exchanged pointers on skills. This created an excellent opportunity for his companions, until Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi were rescued. When Asmodeus launched that powerful attack, Long Houchin had already prepared for it. Everything was within his calculations. Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi were rescued, so Asmodeus naturally wouldn't leave the matter at that. And under the effect of the saint's spiritual stove, Asmodeus had to kill him. Therefore, under the condition of preparation, although it was still difficult to deal with, Long Houchin was still able to deal with it in the end. When Asmodeus was fighting with Long Houchin before, he had always overlooked one thing, and that was Yiting, who appeared together with Long Houchin and used the saint's spiritual stove on him. After Yiting appeared, she had always been behind Long Houchin and had never participated in the fight. Not even a single magic was used. In addition to being afraid of causing Asmodeus to go all out in an attack, the other most important reason was that she was waiting for Long Houchin's command, waiting for the command to fuse with the aria of the Goddess of Light. This was the true backup plan that Long Houchin had left for himself. After the constant infiltration of the meteorite, whether it was the aria of the Goddess of Light, Blue Rain, or Hibiscus of Light, their quality had been greatly improved. Moreover, because they were directly nourished by Yiting through the saint's spiritual stove, the degree of compatibility between Yiting and them had also become higher and higher. At that time, when Yiting had fused with Blue Rain and Hibiscus of Light as a sword spirit for the first time, it had directly caused it to be damaged. But now it obviously wouldn't. The aria of the Goddess of Light was more suitable for Long Houchin's sword intent, and Yiting could only fuse with one divine sword. Therefore, he had always only used the aria of the Goddess of Light. When Asmodeus attacked with all his strength, Yiting instantly fused with the divine sword, turning it into a real divine weapon. The aria of the Goddess of Light, which was full of sword spirit, seemed to have really been resurrected. It was as if the sword god of light Yi Wushang had returned. Just now, Long Houchin had used it to launch the Azura Chop and launched Asmodeus's fatal blow. Seeing that Long Houchin didn't respond to his words, Asmodeus's expression became more and more dignified. Originally holding the spear with one hand, he used both hands instead. The 3 heads and 6 eyes simultaneously emitted a deep black color. The long spear in his hand slowly pointed forward. The black halo at the tip of the spear was swallowing, but there was no longer any flame. The spear in his hand had completely turned as black as ink. The tip of the spear was pointed at Long Houchin, and the terrifying battle intent mixed with the incomparably sharp killing intent caused the space between the two to distort. Long Houchin was still staring at the divine sword in his hand, and lightly said, "Asmodeus, remember to tell the demon emperor that I will wait for him among the demons. Either the demons die or I die. I am the Long Houchin that you have been looking for." Asmodeus, who was originally fully focused, was shocked when he heard this. In the next instant, Long Houchin's body suddenly emitted a layer of strange purple-gold color. This layer of purple-gold color instantly integrated into the aria of the Goddess of Light. Long Houchin's body moved along with the sword, and he smoothly stabbed the sword toward him. When the sword stabbed out, it was as if a purple-gold lightning suddenly flashed in the sky, and the whole sky darkened. This was Long Houchin's real attack, a sword that could seize the fortune of heaven and earth. When this sword stabbed out, his entire mind had completely integrated with the sword. The aria of the Goddess of Light, which had a sword spirit, seemed to really let out a sigh when the purple gold lightning swept out. That sigh gave people a carefree feeling. Yes, at this moment, the divine sword of the sword god of light, Yi Wushang, finally returned. This sword also finally had the style of his in the past. There was no sound of collision. When the human and the demon passed by each other, the Star King had already reappeared in the sky, carrying Long Houchen and hurrying into the distance. What was strange was that the dragon rider demon god Asmodeus didn't chase after him. Instead, he blankly floated in the air. The long spear in his hand maintained a forward-stabbing motion. However, what was shocking was that the black on his 5-meter-long flag spear was rapidly fading away. One could clearly see that the black had spread from the tip of the spear all the way to his palm. There was a deep, bloody groove on the flag spear. Not only that, on Asmodeus's armor that was transformed from the infernal dragon, there was also a straight, deep mark from the helmet to the abdomen. Asmodeus blocked the stab of Long Houchen's sword. However, he couldn't block the sword intent contained in this sword, the real sword intent. It seemed to be a power that was completely condensed from spiritual power. No matter how strong his cultivation was, he couldn't block it. At this moment, Asmodeus was deeply shocked by that sword. He was very clear that if his cultivation was the same as Long Houchen's, then that sword would have already taken his life. For the first time, Asmodeus felt that he was actually so weak in terms of martial arts. Such a weak opponent was able to injure him with his sword intent. He always felt that even if he challenged the top 12 demon gods, he might not necessarily lose. However, now he truly understood that there was still a huge gap between him and a stronger opponent. The spear slowly retracted, and Asmodeus's 3 heads moved slightly. The bull head and the ram head looked at the human head in the center at the same time. The human head took a deep breath and muttered, "Long Houchen, boss, should we chase after him? If we use the demon god pillars, that kid still won't be our match," the bull head said in a deep voice. The human head shook and said no. "Did you forget His Majesty's orders? If we encounter a human knight called Long Houchen, or a human knight riding a multi-headed demon beast, don't push him too far. Let him go. His Majesty naturally has a way to deal with him." The ram head closed his eyes. "Boss, I think we should go into seclusion for a while. When we reach the Exorcist Mountain Pass's camp, we shouldn't participate in the battle for the time being." The human head slightly nodded and said, "I also think so. I seem to have seen another path. I hope there will be another chance to fight with that human in the future." While speaking, Asmodeus put away his spear and stood up. The armor on his body quickly disintegrated, and he once again changed into the appearance of an infernal dragon. However, there was a deep scar on the infernal dragon's body. Asmodeus didn't know that the moment Long Houchen rode on the Star King, he had already spat out a mouthful of blood on the golden foundation battle armor's mask. The battle between him and Asmodeus looked simple and unadorned, but in fact, he had consumed a lot of mental energy. The pressure brought by his opponent was really too strong. Long Houchen had always been vigilant, even at this moment. If Asmodeus activated the power of the demon god pillars or entered the demon god transformation state, then he would have no other choice. He had to immediately catch up to his companions and activate the Tower of Eternity's transfer. Fortunately, he didn't know if Asmodeus was immersed in his own sword and didn't chase after him. The Star King flew at full speed and quickly swept past the demon army below. After meeting up with his companions, they flew into the distance. Riding on the back of the infernal dragon, Asmodeus looked at the distant Long Houchen, and his 3 heads and 6 eyes revealed a hint of contemplation. That instant of sword light was deeply imprinted in his mind, and a feeling of enlightenment gradually appeared in his heart. Long Houchen didn't know that it was precisely because of his battle with Asmodeus that this dragon rider demon god's ranking rose greatly, and he directly entered the top 24 of the 72 demon god pillars. Chapter 213. Suppressing the surging chi and blood in his body, Long Houchin didn't dare to relax and released his mental power. After confirming that Asmodeus didn't chase after him, he finally let out a sigh of relief. At this time, the Star King's role was revealed. Layers of golden halos surged up and enveloped Long Houchin's body. Bursts of warmth rose, replenishing Long Houchin's spiritual power while gently healing his internal injuries. However, even so, the injuries that Long Houchin suffered this time couldn't be healed in a short time. In order to stall Asmodeus, he completely attacked his opponent and gave up on defense. Although he used his skills to dissolve his opponent's attack as much as possible, Asmodeus's strength was tyrannical. Every simple contact would bring great shock to Long Houchin. Although the golden foundation armor could alleviate some of the shock, after such a long battle, they had collided hundreds and thousands of times, and Long Houchin had been activating his sword intent with all his strength. Although his body was strong, his meridians had suffered serious injuries. Don't forget, no matter what, Long Houchin was only a rank 8, and his opponent was a powerful rank 9, and a rank 2, rank 9 powerhouse at that. If it was someone else, even if they had the same skills as him, after such a long collision, they would have been shattered by the opponent's powerful spiritual power. Because of Hao Yue, Long Houchin's external spiritual power was far superior to ordinary people, so he was able to withstand the attack. He even injured his opponent and gave Asmodeus a great shock. After flying for hundreds of miles, everyone landed. Long Houchin directly crawled on the back of the Star King, gasping for breath. Kai flashed to Long Houchin's side and helped him down from the back of the Star King. Han Yu came to Long Houchin's side without hesitation and directly activated the spiritual stove of Light's blessing. Although the blessing of Light did not have a healing effect, it could at least help Long Houchin recover his spiritual power quickly. Lin Xian took out a pill and helped Long Houchin remove his bloodstained mask before stuffing the pill into his mouth. Even Qining came over, ignoring Duan Yi and Yang Wenjiao. They formed a circle around Long Houchin. Looking at Long Houchin's pale face, Qining tears fell. Boss, Long Houchin forced a smile. Silly girl, why are you crying? Aren't I fine now? How are Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi? Han Yu said, I have treated them with healing magic. With Lin Xian's pill, their lives are not in danger. However, their injuries were very serious, and they needed some time to recuperate before they could recover. Fortunately, there are no missing limbs. Long Houchin said, we finally saved them. We have now entered the territory of the demons and may encounter the demons' army at any time. We can't stay here for long. Wait for me to recover. Then I will go back to the Tower of Eternity to rest. Yes. Everyone answered. Kai, I helped Long Houchin sit down. Although she didn't say anything, the heartache in her beautiful eyes moved Long Houchin even more. Touching her little hand, Long Houchin suppressed the pain in his body. He closed his eyes with a smile and urged the spiritual power in his body to repair his damaged meridians. Under the effect of the Light's blessing spiritual stove, his spiritual power recovered very quickly. Even the spiritual power stored in the adamantine base armor was recovering quickly. The others consciously formed a circle, and Qining went to take care of Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi. Zhang Fangfang was on guard. The others stayed by Long Houchin's side. After half an hour, Long Houchin's face finally had a trace of color. He slowly opened his eyes and spat out another mouthful of extravasated blood. His spirit was much better. After summoning his companions to his side, he immediately launched the teleportation and returned to the Tower of Eternity. For the next whole day, Long Houchin was in a state of healing. His injuries were more serious than his companions had imagined. In order not to affect his companions' rescue, Long Houchin cut off the soul chain when he was fighting the dragon rider demon god Asmodeus. All the injuries were borne by himself. Not only were his meridians damaged, even his internal organs were somewhat displaced. The others also rested. Under everyone's careful care, Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi's condition was also a lot better. Han Yu cast healing magic on them many times. Coupled with the effect of elixirs, their physical conditions were basically stable. Yang Wenjiao slowly opened his eyes. He only felt that his body was very heavy, and he couldn't use any strength. Only the warmth in his chest and abdomen made him feel that he was still alive. Since the team was defeated by the dragon rider demon god Asmodeus, he was seriously injured, and his life had been in a flash. It had been many days since he lost consciousness. Although he was awake at this time, his mind was still a little confused. "You're awake." "Channing," a surprised voice came. Yang Wenjiao's pupils finally focused a little, and he looked at Channing with blurred eyes. When he saw her in a white dress, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. His lips hummed a bit, but he couldn't speak. Channing hurriedly took the water, carefully lifted his upper body with one hand, and brought the water bag to his lips with the other hand, feeding him a mouthful. When the water entered his throat, Yang Wenjiao's spirit was slightly shaken. "Inger." His voice was very hoarse, and it was a world of difference from the original deep and rich voice. "It's me, Big Brother Wenjiao. Are you feeling better? Those demons bastards, they actually tortured you like this." At this point, Channing-er's eyes couldn't help but turn red again. Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi's injuries were too serious. On Yang Wenjiao's body, there were more than a dozen fractures, and even the tendons of his hands and feet were torn. There were also several puncture wounds on his body. If it weren't for his excellent physical fitness, and the fact that the demons didn't intend to let them die like this, I'm afraid he would have already gone to see the goddess of light. I'm already dead? It's so good to be able to see you when I die. I heard that you have been in seclusion. If it wasn't for this holy war, I would have gone to see you long ago. Unfortunately, there's no chance anymore. I've never understood why, after you grew up, your attitude towards me changed so much. If I did something wrong, don't care about me, okay? This way, I can go with peace of mind. It's just, I really can't bear to part with you." Yang Wenjiao seemed to have grasped the last opportunity, and continued to say a bunch of words with difficulty. In the end, the energy that he had recovered with great difficulty was exhausted, and he once again fell into a coma. "I won't care about you, don't faint." Under anxiety, Channing couldn't help but cry again. Hey, don't cry. He won't die," Lin Xian said from the side. Channing looked at him fiercely. "What? There's medicine, bro. Are you provoking me?" Lin Xian chuckled and said, "How many times have we checked him? As long as there's enough time, he'll definitely recover. You're worrying too much. I suspect that what he said just now was to win your sympathy. Bullsh *T. He's already injured to this extent. How could he do it on purpose? Do you have any humanity?" Channing roared with a face full of anger. All right. You win. Don't disturb everyone. He didn't do it on purpose. Women in love are really scary." Lin Xian immediately raised his hands in surrender, but his face was still smiling. Channing snorted and said, "Just you wait. When I see big sister Lin Xian, I'll tell you." Once she thought that Yang Wenjiao would be fine. The tears in her eyes naturally receded, but she still hugged his upper body, unwilling to let go. Her eyes couldn't help but become gentle as she recalled all the things that happened when they were young. At this moment, Long Haochen, who was cultivating at the side, opened his eyes. Kai, who was guarding by his side, immediately looked at him and asked with concern, "How are you?" Long Haochen smiled and said, "Don't worry. He's basically fine. I've lost some of my vitality, but I'll be fine after a while." With his son of light constitution, no light healing magic could compare to the self-healing effect of the pure light elements in his body. After a day and a night, his internal organs had returned to their original positions, and his meridians had been repaired. His body was recovering at an astonishing speed. Kai sat down next to Long Haochen and snuggled up to him, hugging his arm, and said softly, "Long Houchin, do you know when I fell in love with you after I lost my memory?" Long Houchin shook his head and used his other hand to rub her head. Kai said softly, "It was when the Holy War had just begun, when we were about to be separated. It was when you cooked for me every day, made soup for me, and guarded me every day. I can never forget the way you looked at me every day. After I lost my memory, my heart was always indecisive, but it was during that time that you made my heart settle down again. If one day the demons no longer threaten the Alliance, I just want to live with you in a beautiful place with plants everywhere, a few small wooden huts, and watch you cook for me, and I take care of our children. How wonderful that would be." Long Houchin's heart was almost pulled by Kai's words. He pulled his arm out of her embrace, and his eyes revealed a look of longing. "That day will definitely come. If everyone is willing, we can all live in one place and form a small village. I don't need you to do anything. Just let me see you all the time. We can plant all kinds of vegetables in front of the wooden huts and raise some livestock. I will make soup and cook for you and the children every day. When night comes, we will bring the children to the rooftop to look at the stars. Without the darkness brought by the demons, the sky will definitely be blue, very blue." Nestled in Long Houchin's arms, Kai closed her eyes. At this moment, her beautiful face was full of happiness. That day will definitely come. Kai repeated Long Houchin's words and also affirmed her own feelings. Although their voices were not loud, their companions around them could hear them clearly. Their gazes simultaneously looked at Long Houchin and Kai. And for a moment they couldn't help but have mixed feelings. Even the strong Wang Yuanyuan couldn't help but have tears in her eyes. Will this day really come? The demons were so powerful, and as members of the legend monster hunters, could they finally have such a beautiful ending? Perhaps in the next great battle with the demons, they might not even be able to survive. For a moment, everyone felt something choking in their throats, but their hearts simultaneously produced the same yearning. In order for more humans to enjoy this happiness, they must fight against the demons to the end. The conviction in their hearts became even firmer. Patting Kai's back, Long Houchin helped her sit up straight, and he himself stood up. He wanted to embrace Kai, like this, and immerse himself in this happiness. But he couldn't, he had too many things to do. Looking at his companions, he said, "It's about time. I will go investigate the demons' movements. As long as we can confirm that the Demon Emperor has indeed brought people to the Exorcist Mountain Pass, we will immediately set off into the interior of the demons and let the Demon Emperor know our approximate whereabouts, so as to resolve the danger of the Exorcist Mountain Pass." Kai immediately opened her eyes and stood up. "I'll go. I can become invisible. It will be more convenient to investigate." Long Houchin shook his head, saying that won't do. Under the Demon Emperor's level of spiritual force investigation, it will be very difficult for your invisibility effect to be effective. Let me go. Once I discover something wrong, I can immediately teleport back. I will definitely be careful. Kai still wanted to say something, but Long Houchin pressed down on her shoulder. He signaled everyone to continue cultivating and immediately activated the teleportation. With a flash of golden light, Long Houchin appeared at the place where they were teleported. The surroundings were still as empty as before. After pondering for a moment, Long Houchin removed the gold foundation battle armor from his body and put on a large cloak. He didn't fly and just ran towards the direction of the demon camp. He did this to reduce the light aura emitted from his body as much as possible. Whether it was the gold foundation battle armor or his spiritual wings, the light element aura was too rich. Just as he ran for less than a kilometer, suddenly, a spiritual pressure like the pressure of MT Tai swept over from the side. The instant Long Houchin was enveloped by this spiritual pressure. He felt as if all the blood in his body was about to solidify. Purple gold light burst out from his body. This was the amplification after Hao Yue evolved his sixth head. In a sense, his strength was already mixed with Hao Yue's bloodline power. Without the slightest hesitation, Long Haochen instantly activated the Tower of Eternity. With a flash of golden light, he once again returned inside the Tower of Eternity. But his complexion was pale. It had only been a few minutes since Long Haochen left and returned. Everyone was shocked to see Long Haochen suddenly return. "It's the Demon Emperor," Long Haochen said without hesitation. "I sensed his spiritual detection. There's no mistake, it's definitely him. I recognize his spiritual aura. What a powerful spiritual force. If he agreed to release his spiritual detection in the Exorcist Mountain Pass, then his strength is really too terrifying. We are at least 600 or 700 kilometers away from there. But his spiritual energy feels like it's just within reach. That feeling of being unable to resist was really too frightening." Long Haochen only felt as if he had just been ruthlessly suppressed by a mountain. Even now his brain was still a little dizzy. Seeing his pale complexion, everyone couldn't help but be overwhelmed with shock. Long Haochen, who could already kill low-level demon gods, was actually able to use his spiritual detection from hundreds of kilometers away. What kind of strength did the Demon Emperor have? Although they had a very high evaluation of the Demon Emperor, they had after all not fought with the number 1 demons face to face. At this moment, they couldn't help but look at each other, their hearts filled with shock. "Boss, what should we do next?" Sima Xian asked. Long Haochen had already calmed down and said in a low voice, "We must enter deep into the demons without delay. Because I was unprepared just now, I didn't think that the Demon Emperor's spiritual detection could reach such a distance. So I didn't use my spiritual force to protect myself. Even if he could sense my existence from such a distance, he wouldn't be able to confirm my identity in such a short period of time. You are all in the Tower of Eternity, and with me as the base to teleport, I can teleport everyone to wherever I go. No matter how powerful the Demon Emperor is, his spiritual detection also has a range." I immediately set off, using my spiritual force to protect myself as I approached the interior of the demons with all my strength. Let's enter the interior of the demons first. As long as we go through a battle, we can let the Demon Emperor know that we've already entered deep into the demons and lure him back to the demons. Actually, the best method would be for them to stay in the Tower of Eternity and cultivate. The consumption of the Demon Emperor's spiritual detection to use such a large range definitely wouldn't be small. With 10 days to half a month's time, he naturally wouldn't be able to use it all the time. It would be the safest to move when the time came. But that wouldn't do. What if the Demon Emperor couldn't find them and vented his anger on the Exorcist Mountain Pass? Let alone the Assassin Temple. Even with the Knights Templars, they might not be able to block the Demon Emperor's attack. The Demon Emperor's gaze was on Long Haochen and Hao Yue. Only if they appeared in the interior of the demons would they be able to lure the Demon Emperor back. "Boss, won't this be too dangerous?" Qining said worriedly. Long Haochen replied, "It's fine. Even if the Demon Emperor confirms my identity, as long as I don't fight with him, I won't be in too much danger when I teleport back immediately. I'm alone now, but I can instantly communicate with the Tower of Eternity and teleport back. You can rest assured and cultivate here. I'll be fine. For the Alliance, I'll be extremely careful." No one tried to persuade him anymore. Long Haochen had always been reliable and rarely did things that he wasn't confident in. He had already used countless missions to prove this point. Although everyone was worried about his safety, they had absolute trust in him. Golden light flashed again, and Long Haochen teleported out once again. This time, during the teleportation process, he fully activated his mental power to protect his body. As soon as he returned to the Holy Demon Continent, he immediately sprinted in the opposite direction and headed towards the interior of the demons. The Demon Emperor's spiritual detection was still active. In terms of spiritual power, Long Haochen wasn't a match for the Demon Emperor, but he used all his spiritual power to protect his body. At such a distance, the Demon Emperor's perception of him wouldn't be too strong. Long Houchen sprinted at full speed while sensing the strength of the Demon Emperor's spiritual detection. Very soon, he understood why the Demon God Emperor could rely on his spiritual energy to scout more than 700 kilometers, like a miracle. The Demon Emperor's spiritual detection wasn't omnidirectional. Instead, it was like a beam of light that shone in one direction before sweeping horizontally. This way, his spiritual power could be concentrated in one direction, and the range of his detection was naturally much larger. However, even so, the Demon Emperor's terror still sent a chill down Long Houchen's spine. His confidence in defeating the Demon Emperor in the future was slightly shaken. Over the past few years, Long Houchen's abilities had been growing rapidly. However, at this moment, he was shocked to discover that the gap between him and the Demon Emperor was still like the gap between heaven and earth. No wonder his grandfather would evaluate him like that. Long Tianyin had once told Long Houchen that the current Demon Emperor was the most powerful demons in the 6,000 years that they had been in the Holy Demon Continent. It was very likely that he had already broken through 1 million spiritual energy points and reached the peak of the 9th stage. He might even have entered the legendary 10th stage. What was 10th stage? 10th stage was God. Furthermore, the demons originally didn't belong to this world, so they weren't bound by this world's gods. As for what exactly that level was, there are no records in the records of the Temple League, because no human had ever reached that level. There was still a long way to go if he wanted to defeat the Demon Emperor. Long Houchen thought to himself as he sped into the distance, just as he had predicted. Although the Demon Emperor's spiritual detection would land on his body from time to time, it would be distorted and slid away by the extremely concentrated spiritual power on the surface of his body. This feeling was like Long Houchen was a rock that had been swept by spiritual detection. The Demon Emperor's spiritual detection hadn't increased in strength, which meant that he probably hadn't discovered Long Houchen's existence. Even so, Long Houchen didn't dare to relax his vigilance. He was still fully focused on sensing the changes in his surroundings. If there was even the slightest movement, he would immediately teleport back to the Tower of Eternity, outside the Exorcist Mountain Pass demon camp. In a huge dark purple tent that had just been built, the Demon Emperor sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, his hands making a strange gesture in front of him. This huge tent was at least 500 square meters and was extremely spacious. However, there were only 2 powerful demons in the entire tent, the Demon Emperor and the Moon Demon behind him. The Moon Demon Agar stood quietly behind the Demon Emperor, his eyes flickering as he scanned his surroundings from time to time. The situation of human demon hunt squads ambushing the Demon God Emperor wasn't something that happened once or twice. Although compared to the Demon God Emperor, the strength of those humans wasn't enough to be feared, they always had an endless number of assassination methods. Therefore, even the Demon Emperor had to be careful. The terrifying spiritual power that the Demon Emperor emitted first rushed through the tent into the sky, and then spread to the surroundings. Otherwise, if the demons in this demon camp were swept by his terrifying spiritual power, I'm afraid that each and every one of them would go limp on the ground and not dare to move. As the second demon god of the demons, Agar's strength was the closest to the Demon Emperor among the demons. But it was also because of this that he understood the terror of the Demon Emperor's strength. The Demon Emperor's strength had long since surpassed the scope of demons and was at the level of gods. His terrifying spiritual power made even Agar's tremble. He knew very well that although he was the second demon god of the demons, even if he joined forces with the star demon Vashik, the necromancer demon god Samakina, and the hell demon god Marbus, they still wouldn't be a match for the Demon Emperor. Not to mention that humans didn't know how strong the Demon Emperor was. Even these demon gods didn't know where the limit of the Demon Emperor was. As the most powerful Demon Emperor in the history of the demons, no one knew the true thoughts in Feng Xiu's heart. The terrifying spiritual power that soared to the sky slowly converged, and the Demon Emperor slowly opened his eyes. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Your Majesty, did you find anything? Agars asked immediately when he saw his expression. Feng Xiu smiled indifferently and said with a slight rebuke, How many times have I told you, no matter who I am in front of, call me Big Brother. Don't call me Your Majesty. We are brothers. Agar smiled and said, Etiquette cannot be abolished. As the second demon god, I have to play an exemplary role. Big Brother's dignity will always be supreme among the demons. Feng Xiu smiled and shook his head. You do as you please. Agar saw that Feng Xiu was in a good mood and said, Big Brother, did you find anything? Feng Xiu nodded slightly and said, That little guy is really cunning. He only appeared for a moment and then disappeared. It should be because of the teleportation treasure that Abao mentioned. I also can't capture his spatial location. I'm afraid it's a divine artifact-level teleportation treasure. Agars nodded and said, Sure enough, it's the same as what Third Brother predicted. It seems that catching him is really not an easy matter. His strength isn't strong, but he's cunning enough. Demon Emperor Feng Xiu's eyes revealed a trace of disappointment and frustration. It's really a pity. Pity? Agars looked at Feng Xiu with some doubt. Big Brother, why do I always feel that you don't want to kill this human? Feng Xiu shook his head with some loneliness in his eyes. So what if I don't want to kill him? I still have to kill him all the same. Compared to my race's long history, what does one person count as? Even if this person is a Bao, he still has to die all the same. Speaking up to here, his eyebrows suddenly jumped, and a trace of a sneer appeared on his handsome face. These human old farts really think highly of me. There are at least 3 monster hunters lying in ambush in the surroundings. All of them have individual strength exceeding 200,000 spiritual energy points. Are they afraid that I will make a move on the Exorcist Mountain Pass? How would they know that in my eyes? What is the Exorcist Mountain Pass? A cold light flashed in Agars's eyes. Big Brother, do you want me to go teach them a lesson? Feng Xiu shook his head and said, No need. These guys are very cunning. They won't easily make a move against us until the last moment. I also don't feel like paying attention to them. Wait until I'm done with the matter in front of me, and after obtaining the god's position, I'll naturally purge them. Do you know why I've never dealt with them? Because I want to make the humans feel at ease. Let them think that I'm really being watched by their people. This balance can't be easily destroyed, otherwise it won't be good for us if the humans fight to the death. Agars slightly nodded and said, This time's Holy War's goal has basically been achieved. Big Brother, when will we end? These 2 years, our losses are also very big. However, the population base has basically been adjusted. Feng Xiu said, What's the situation in the east? After Andamari's death, the snake demons were like a group of dragons without a leader, and the demon emperor specially dispatched a demon god to oversee it. As the demons' largest source of food supply, the Eastern Sea was extremely important. Agars said, The current situation is still good. You ordered us to speed up the fishing of marine life, and the food provided this year is about 30% more than last year. In addition, the Holy War has sharply reduced our race's population. It won't be a big problem for the time being. And all these years, you have been encouraging reclamation and planting. Those humans are also quite obedient, and the food production is increasing every year. Feng Xiu nodded and said, That's good. Continue to grasp the matter of craftsmen in the Temple League. After the Holy War is over, this will be our most important matter in the future. Also, further encourage human reproduction. Only when the number of humans domesticated by our race reaches a certain level can we go and destroy the Temple League. I hope to see the continent unified in my lifetime. Agar smiled and said, Long live Big Brother, you're still young. Feng Xiu said indifferently, I'm not young anymore. However, if I can stabilize my position as a god, it's not impossible for me to rule forever. After I kill that Long Houchen, this holy war can also end. The humans have suffered great losses this time, and this should be enough to intimidate them. Yes, Long Houchin had already been running wildly in the wilderness for 2 days and 2 nights. In order to conceal his pure light element, he could only rely on his legs. After running wildly for a day, he could no longer sense the Demon Emperor's spiritual detection. Evidently, he had already left the range of the Demon Emperor's spiritual detection. Even so, he didn't dare to stop at all. To them, the most important thing was still to come. He had to attract the Demon Emperor's attention as quickly as possible. In order to widen the distance between him and the Demon Emperor, Long Houchin had been rushing southeast. In 2 days, he had already passed through a province of the demons and reached the Grand Azura province in the north-central region of the demons. Among the 24 provinces of the demons, the central province wasn't located in the center of the demons. The Temple League occupied the northwestern corner of the continent, while the demons occupied the other vast regions. From the perspective of the continent as a whole, the central province was actually located in the south-central region of the continent. The closest place to the central province of the demons was the Warrior Temple's southeast stronghold, while the Exorcist Mountain Pass was very far away. However, the demons' territory was extremely vast, and Long Houchin was like a fish in water when he entered the demons' territory alone. Under such circumstances, it would be very difficult for the Demon Emperor to find him again. These 2 days of Long Houchin's running hadn't been in vain. As he ran, his blood surged, and he could circulate his internal spiritual power. His internal injuries were more or less healed. Entering the Grand Azura province could be considered as entering the demon's territory, and he could completely relax. Next, he had to make some noise to let the Demon Emperor know. He took out the map that Yu Yi had given him from the Eternal Melody and unfurled it. This extremely detailed map didn't just record the terrain and cities, it even recorded the situation of the demon's territory. Of course, the current situation would probably change after considering the Holy War. The Grand Azura province's location was convenient, and its capital, Garo City, was located on the main road. According to the map, there was a demon god stationed here. It was the leopard demon god Ozzy, ranked 57th among the 72 demon god pillars. The commander, the leopard demons, was stationed in the Garo province. The leopard demons weren't considered the main combat race among the demons, because there were fewer of them. However, they also had their own characteristics. Although they weren't as tough as the bear demon and the bull demons in battle, they were extremely fast, good at sneak attacks, and had amazing attack power. They were a race that emphasized both speed and attack. In terms of overall numbers, they were about the same as the Jacques demons, but because they had the bloodline of the demon god, they surpassed the Jacques demons in terms of strength and status. This was the leopard demons. Long Houchin had locked onto his target, but he didn't know if this leopard demon god Ozzy, who was ranked 57th, was in Garo City. Whether he was there or not, Long Houchin had decided to use this raid to tell the Demon Emperor that he had penetrated deep into the demon's territory. Activating the Eternal Melody, the next moment, Long Houchin had already returned to the Tower of Eternity. Everyone from the Glimmer of Dawn monster hunters was cultivating where they were, and Long Houchin's return immediately woke them up from their cultivation. "Houchin, how is it?" Kai stepped forward and asked, and the others also gathered around. Only Yang Wenjiao and Duan were still lying on the ground, but they were both conscious now. After 2 days of recuperation, at least they wouldn't fall unconscious so easily. Long Houchin said, "I've penetrated deep into the demon's territory and have now entered the territory of the Galois province. Everyone get ready. Our teleportation location is in the north of the Galois province, about 400 miles from its capital, Garo City. Garo City is our first target. We'll set off in 4 hours." Although he had finished healing after 2 days of continuous travel, his spirit was also quite tired. After all, he had always been in a state of tension, and he needed to rest and adjust before moving again. Everyone nodded. Seeing that Long Houchen had returned safely proved that they had completely gotten rid of the demon emperor. Once again, penetrating deep into the demon's territory and about to launch an attack, how could they not be excited? Each of them couldn't help but rub their palms together. Long Houchen walked to Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi and squatted down. "Brother Yang, Brother Duan, how are your injuries? Are you feeling better?" Seeing Long Houchen, Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi couldn't help but have mixed feelings. When they were defeated by the dragon rider demon god Asmodeus, they never thought that they would have a chance to survive. They didn't expect that they would be saved by their biggest competitor in the Knights Templars. Back then, when everyone had just taken the Demon Hunter assessment, Long Houchen's cultivation was not as good as theirs. Time flew, and although they hadn't seen Long Houchen for a long time, they were very clear about Long Houchen's achievements. He was the first person in human history to shatter a demon god pillar and cause the demon emperor to launch a holy war against the entire Temple League, and the Alliance supported him. He had killed a demon god. Every single one of them was so shocking, and they were all peaks that they couldn't surpass. Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi were both extremely talented knights. They were geniuses in their youth, and if they were placed in the past, they would definitely be the most important training targets for the Knights Templars. But they were born in the same era as Long Houchen. This meant that they could only serve as a foil to the Son of Light. Long Houchen. Chapter 214. Long Houchen. Yang Wenjiao's voice was choked with sobs as he uttered those two words. He was speechless for a moment. Overwhelmed with mixed feelings, he could not help but lower his head slightly, unwilling to look at Long Houchen's handsome and perfect face. Yang Wenjiao, Han Yu, and Long Houchen were all high-ranking disciples of the Knights Templars. Long Houchen had lived with his mother since he was young, so his fate was naturally very different from the others. Yang Wenjiao and Han Yu were somewhat similar, and that was their pride. The Knight Temple was the head of the 6 great temples, and their own families and talents had nurtured a pride that seeped into their very bones from a young age. That was why Yang Wenjiao had unintentionally offended Channing. And because of this pride, Han Yu had suffered a crushing defeat to Long Houchen in the preliminary stage of the Monster Hunter's trials. Both of them had the same pride, but the difference was that Han Yu's performance was more obvious, so he had suffered the consequences of his pride earlier. Yang Wenjiao was much calmer than Han Yu. As the direct grandson of the leader of the Temple League, it was not an exaggeration to say that he was the first prince of the Temple League. However, he had never used his status to oppress others. Instead, he had put in more effort than others, all for the sake of one day continuing his grandfather's glory. If Long Houchen had not appeared out of nowhere, as long as he could continue to live and grow smoothly, there was a high chance that he would become the heir of the Knights Templars. It was also because of the enormous pressure that Long Houchen brought him that he worked even harder. However, Long Houchen's talent far surpassed his, and Long Houchen had put in even more effort than him. Therefore, he could only watch the gap between him and Long Houchen widen. This feeling had been suppressed in Yang Wenjiao's heart for a long time, causing him to often be in a state of emotional instability. This time, he and Duan Yi's 2 teams of monster hunters acted together, but they suffered a devastating blow from the dragon rider demon god Asmodeus. This was a heavy blow to Yang Wenjiao. When he was captured by Asmodeus, he tried to commit suicide but was stopped by Asmodeus. At that time, Yang Wenjiao knew that he was being played. Regardless of whether it was his fault that the monster hunters were annihilated, as the team leader, he was responsible. Even if he survived, he knew that he would never be able to reach the top ranks of Knights Templars. How could he not be disheartened? If it weren't for Qin Inger taking care of him for the past 2 days, his mood would have been even worse. It was Qin Inger's forgiveness that gave him the courage to continue living. But now that he saw Long Houchen, all sorts of emotions interweaved in his heart, and his mind was immediately greatly shaken. "Thank you, Long Houchen. I will always remember your kindness for saving my life." Yang Wenjiao adjusted his emotions and said sincerely. At this moment, He had completely lost the heart to compare himself with Long Houchen. He had already learned from Chin that Long Houchen was the acting Holy Knight leader. Rank 8. He's actually already rank 8? Yang Wenjiao's gratitude came from the bottom of his heart. Although he was afraid that he would never be able to surpass Long Houchen, this time Long Houchen not only saved his life, but also allowed him to reunite with Chin and obtain Chin forgiveness. Long Houchen smiled and said, "You should thank Inger. Ever since she got the news that you were captured, she has been restless. We just happened to be there at the right time." Yang Wenjiao sighed. "It was me. I was the one who buried the lives of my companions. If it wasn't for my decision, there wouldn't have been that operation. I don't have the face to see my grandfather, and I don't have the face to return to the Monster Hunter's mission tower. Houchen, when my injuries are better, I want to leave this place. My life, I'll leave it in the hands of the demons." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Chin said angrily. "Is your life that cheap? These 2 days I've talked until my lips are broken, but you're still so stubborn, so stubborn. What do you want me to say to you? Go to hell, go to hell." As she said that, Chin turned around and ran, throwing herself into the arms of Wang Yunyuan, who was not far away, and burst into tears. Looking at her, Yang Wenjia's eyes dimmed, but he didn't call out to her, only remaining silent. Long Houchen frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Brother Yang, I know that this matter is a big blow to you, but have you ever thought that your life doesn't just belong to you? Why did we put in so much effort to save you and Brother Duan? It's not to send you to your death again. You're the best of the younger generation of Knights Templars, and you have unlimited potential in the future. Don't tell me that just because of one setback you're unable to recover. Are you worthy of Grandfather Yang? Are you worthy of Inger? If you want to die, I won't stop you. But if you die like this, then you're a complete coward." "I'm not a coward," Yang Wenjiao roared, because he was too agitated as injuries were affected, and he couldn't help but pale from the pain. Listening to Long Houchen's angry roar, Chin stopped crying. She turned her head and saw that Yang Wenjiao's injuries were affected, and she couldn't help but want to go over to him. But Wang Yuan pulled her back. Wang Yuan gave her a look and shook her head. Long Houchen laughed coldly. "You're not a coward? If you're not a coward, you're going to end your life like this? Running away is the most cowardly thing to do. Think about it carefully. How did your friends die? Can you die if you want to? But are you worthy of them if you run away? Aren't you afraid that they'll stab you in the back when you die in the other world? You haven't avenged your friends and you're going to die? The dragon rider devil god Asmodeus won't even remember you, and he'll even be glad that he didn't kill you, a coward who doesn't even dare to take revenge. I know in your heart you've always wanted to surpass me and become the number one of the younger generation of Knights Templars. Come on, I'm waiting. Are you going to give up now? Is there only one throne of God for Knights Templars? Yuan, you grab Inger. I'll throw Yang Wenjiao out now, and let him fend for himself. He's going to die anyway. There's no need to wait for his injuries to heal." No one expected Long Houchen to say such harsh words, to the point that everyone was dumbfounded and couldn't speak for a moment. Long Houchen's cold voice was like a sharp sword that pierced deep into Yang Wenjiao's heart. "No," Yang Wenjiao shouted. "I want to live. I want to live. I haven't avenged my friends. I can't die like this." His eyes had already turned blood red. "Dragon rider devil god Asmodeus, he's mine. I must tear him into pieces, avenge my friends, and let their souls rest in peace. And me." Duan Yi, who had been silent, also spoke. "Half of Asmodeus's life belongs to me." Long Houchen saw that it was about time. He coldly snorted, turned to his friends, and said in a deep voice, "What are you all looking at? Didn't I tell you to prepare?" As he spoke, he gave everyone a look. Yes, including Chen all the members of Light of Dawn Monster Hunters, including Zhang Fangfang, all agreed. In a place where Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi couldn't see, Sima Xian and Lin Xan were giving Long Haochen a thumbs up. Channing was also greatly relieved, and after looking at Long Haochen with gratitude, she didn't rush back to Yang Wenjiao's side, but walked to the side and sat down to cultivate. Now was obviously not a good time to pay attention to Yang Wenjiao. It was best for him to calm down. Kai accompanied Long Haochen to sit down in the distance and said with a low laugh, "This is the first time I know that you can speak so harshly." Long Haochen said somewhat helplessly, "There's no other way. Didn't you notice their eyes? They were dim. The death of their friends was a huge blow to them. A closed mind is the most difficult to cure. If we don't use strong medicine, it's basically impossible to rouse their fighting spirit. Although this is only using hatred to stimulate their courage to live, it can at least let them live. But at least it would allow them to survive, and they could slowly plan in the future. They aren't stupid. They should be able to think it through." Kai nodded, looked at Long Haochen's tired expression, and said, "You should quickly rest. Shouldn't we delay our operation a bit? You're too tired." Long Haochen resolutely shook his head, saying no. "For every minute we delay here, the possibility of a great-grandfather facing the Demon Emperor's attack increases. We must let the Demon Emperor know that we have already infiltrated the demon's territory as soon as possible. Moreover, there is at most a 57th ranked demon god in Jello City. It won't pose too much of a threat to us." After saying this, he immediately closed his eyes and began to meditate. Although Kai knew that Long Haochen was doing this for the Alliance, for the entire human race, it was still her family in the Exorcist Mountain Pass. Seeing that Long Haochen was so tired and unwilling to rest, how could she not dare to move? At the same time, she secretly prayed for a great-grandfather and her parents, hoping that the Demon Emperor would not attack the Exorcist Mountain Pass. If she knew that there were at least 3 powerful legend rank monster hunters outside the Demon Emperor's camp, she wouldn't be so nervous. How could the Temple League not restrict the Demon Emperor? Perhaps these 3 monster hunters combined wouldn't be a match for the Demon Emperor and his demon gods. But if they disregarded everything and staked everything on one throw to attack the Demon Emperor, even Feng Xiao, the strongest demon emperor in history, would have to think twice. For hours quickly passed, and when Long Haochen opened his eyes again, his companions had already gathered at his side. Without further conversation, Long Haochen directly said, "Let's go." While saying this, his gaze swept to the distant Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi. They were currently sitting cross-legged in meditation, clearly beginning to recover from their injuries through cultivation. This was definitely a good start. A faint smile appeared on Long Haochen's face, and he launched the Eternal Melodies transmission. Golden light flickered, and the next moment they reappeared in the demon's Gala province. Long Haochen's clear golden eyes rippled with a faint layer of purple, and then a purple light spread in front of him. The soft purple halo quickly covered an area with a diameter of more than 10 meters, and a huge figure appeared. 6 pairs of eyes of different colors, filled with coldness, slowly opened. A calm and austere aura spread out from its huge amethyst body. Apart from Long Haochen, the others immediately felt a chill run down their spine when they saw its cold eyes, as if they had fallen into an icy abyss. It was only when these 6 pairs of eyes fell on Long Haochen that their gazes changed. It was a very obvious change. Warm and excited, almost in an instant, the 6 big heads came over and crawled in front of Long Haochen, gently rubbing his body as if they were trying to please him. Chinning took a deep breath and said in shock, "Haoyue's temperament changed so much. Noble, arrogant, cold. Its scales are so beautiful, so charming." When Long Haochen and her grandfather Chen Hongba fought and summoned Haoyue, Chinning was already unconscious. So this was the first time she saw Haoyue after they broke up. As a summoner, she understood magical beasts the best, but looking at Haoyue as the spiritual maiden, she could not feel any sense of affinity from Haoyue. In other words, as the spokesperson of the beast deity in the human world, she could not communicate with Haoyue, let alone get Haoyue's approval. What did it mean that the spiritual maiden could not communicate with a magical beast? Moreover, Haoyue's cultivation had just entered the 8th level. He was not even the most powerful magical beast. However, Qining was not surprised by this. Even her grandfather did not know where Haoyue's limit was, let alone her current knowledge. Moreover, the stronger Haoyue was, the better it was for their team. She naturally would not feel bad about Haoyue ignoring her. Gently patting Haoyue's head, Long Haochen said, "Let's go. Everyone follow me and get on Haoyue's back." Hanyu was shocked. "Leader, I'm afraid Haoyue will be exposed, right?" Haoyue's amethyst scales were too obvious. Even if they were high up in the sky, with the sunlight refracting, they would still be easily discovered. Long Haochen smiled indifferently. "We have to let the demons discover us. Otherwise, how can we lure the demon emperor back? For a long time, I'm afraid we will be playing hide-and-seek with the demon emperor." His words were full of confidence. Playing hide-and-seek with the demon emperor. How domineering. After evolving to 6 heads, Haoyue's body did not continue to grow in size, but it was already more than 15 meters long. Long Haochen and the others were all on its back, but it did not feel crowded at all. Haoyue raised its 6 heads and spread its huge wings. Its thick and powerful limbs suddenly pushed off the ground, propelling its huge body into the sky. In an instant, sand and pebbles flew from the ground due to its wings. In the next moment, its beautiful amethyst figure had already rushed into the sky. Under Long Haochen's instructions, it headed south. Just as Haoyue flew, a green light spread from Little Greenie's head, enveloping Haoyue's body and Long Haochen and the others. Levitation, a levitation spell that could greatly reduce weight. This was supposed to be a single target wind spell, but Little Greenie used it to have an AoE effect. After the weight was reduced, Little Greenie flapped its wings, and its speed increased greatly. In the sky, it was like an amethyst meteor as it flew into the distance. Sitting on Haoyue's back, the light of dawn monster hunters felt very stable, but it was not comfortable, because Haoyue's body emitted a unique aura, which had a strange sense of suppression on each of them. Moreover, it emitted a trace of coldness from time to time, which made them feel very uncomfortable. This feeling had never been felt before. Even when Haoyue evolved to 5 heads, this had never happened. Kai hurriedly told this feeling to Long Haochen. After thinking for a while, Long Haochen understood that this should be related to the power of Haoyue's bloodline. After evolving to 6 heads, Haoyue's bloodline power was obviously greatly stimulated. This was also the most obvious change apart from growing 6 heads and gaining an additional attribute. Therefore, this could only be the reason for the group's discomfort. However, for the sake of this ambush, the group could only endure it for a while. Long Haochen asked Haoyue to restrain its bloodline aura as much as possible, so that it would not affect the group as much. Haoyue's flying speed was extremely fast. At the start, Long Haochen thought that it definitely could not compare to Star King in terms of speed. However, Long Haochen quickly realized that he was wrong. With the support of Little Greenie's wind magic, Haoyue's speed became faster and faster, completely surpassing Star King's. Flying thousands of meters in the sky, it only took them an hour to see Jialua City. Our target is the Demon Shrine in Jialua City. When Haoyue descends, we will try our best to destroy the Demon Shrine and the demons inside. However, do not leave the Demon Shrine. Lin Xan, the 2 of you do not leave Haoyue's back. Don't attack first. If the enemy is strong, use your summoning magic to cover our retreat. After a few simple instructions, Long Haochen patted Haoyue's neck. He and Haoyue were telepathically connected. The huge purple crystal body instantly transformed into a purple meteor, diving straight into Jialua City. Any demon god of the demons had the right to build a demon shrine. However, the specifications were different. Every 12 demon gods, the specifications would increase by one level. The Demon Emperor's demon palace was undoubtedly the grandest demon shrine. Although Long Houchin was not sure if leopard demon god Ozzy was in Jello City, regardless of whether he was or not, as a demon god guarding a region, his demon shrine would definitely be built in Jello City. It would also definitely be the best building in Jello City. Therefore, even if it was their first time here, as Haoyue dived down, they immediately locked onto the location of the leopard demon god's demon shrine. This demon shrine was located in the center of Jello City. The huge palace was dozens of meters tall and covered an area of at least 10,000 square meters. At the front of the huge palace, there was an entrance with a leopard head. The fiery red leopard head opened its mouth wide, and on it, lines of pitch-black magic markings spread from its forehead to the back. This was the leopard demon god Ozzy's demon shrine, the leopard demon palace. All demon shrines were built according to the demon god's requirements. Inside, there were formations set up by the demon god ancestors to enhance cultivation and strength. Therefore, it could be said that the demon gods in their own demon shrines were the most powerful. Unless there was a war or other special circumstances, their demon god pillars would usually be in their own demon shrines. A purple crystal ball suddenly appeared in the sky and dived down, immediately attracting the attention of the leopard demons in Jello City. Leopard demons above the 6th level had the ability to fly. More than 10 yellow figures soared up from Jello City and charged towards the purple crystal ball of light that had suddenly appeared. Leopard demons were usually about 2 meters tall. Those above the 6th level could grow wings on their backs and evolve into big leopard demons. Their bodies were like humans, but they had the heads of leopards, and their bodies were covered in yellow fur. The stronger the leopard demon, the thicker and glossier its fur. Roar! A deafening roar sounded brazenly. Immediately after, 6 different colors of light seemed to burst out from the huge purple crystal ball at the same time. The big leopard demon that had soared into the sky to investigate was instantly turned into clouds of blood mist in the air. A terrifying spiritual pressure descended from the sky. A large number of fireballs, ice arrows, wind blades, light blades, falling rocks, and dark purple poison balls descended from the sky, sweeping towards the leopard demon palace like a violent storm. It was Haoyue's power. Do not underestimate these low-level magic spells that it had cast. The power of the same magic spell was much stronger. The degree of compression of each magic spell was more than 3 times that of a normal situation. However, the leopard demon palace was the panther demon god Other's demon god temple after all. The sudden attack immediately triggered the defensive spell formation of the leopard demon palace. A layer of pitch-black light suddenly spread from the leopard demon palace, turning into a huge black light shield that enveloped the entire leopard demon palace. The concentrated magic spells bombarded the black light shield, creating layers of ripples, but did not cause any substantial damage to it. The reaction of the leopard demons within Jello City was relatively fast. If one looked down from the sky, they would see a large number of leopard demons charging towards them from all directions. Within the leopard demon palace, there were also leopard demons appearing. It was not that the Temple League's demon hunters had never attacked Jello City before, but this was the first time they had done it so openly and forcefully. After all, such an attack was not just against the leopard demon palace, but all the leopard demons within Jello City. Although there were not many leopard demons, there were at least tens of thousands of them. Jello City was the base of the leopard demons, and almost all the strongest leopard demons were here. There were more than 10 powerhouses of the 8th level and above. Normally, there was even the leopard demon god, Other, holding down the fort. Moreover, Jello City was not a border city. Even if such a frontal attack succeeded, they would have to face the encirclement of the powerhouses of the leopard demons rushing over from all directions. Haoyue's swooping figure was about to reach the top of the leopard demon palace. Its previous attack spells had not caused any substantial damage to the leopard demon palace's dark shield. At this moment, its appearance was clearly seen by the leopard demons below. A dragon with 6 heads? As Hao Yue sprouted a pair of wings, the shape of its head and horns changed. It no longer looked like a lizard, but more like a dragon, just as all the leopard demons were extremely confident in the leopard demon palace's shield, and thought that Hao Yue would be repelled. Hao Yue's 6 heads let out another furious roar. A layer of purple instantly spread out from its body and collided with the leopard demon palace's shield. A strange scene appeared. Under the shocked gazes of the leopard demons, the moment the shield came into contact with the purple layer, it was like a layer of snow that had been splashed with boiling oil. It actually melted. Then, Hao Yue's huge body directly collided with the top of the leopard demon palace. Rumble! The violent roar was accompanied by the scattering of soil and rocks. The entire Jia Luo city trembled because of this deafening roar. Hao Yue actually smashed into the leopard demon palace, just like that. A huge hole was smashed into the top of the leopard demon palace, and its 4 thick and powerful limbs crashed to the ground. It was in the hall of the leopard demon palace. The huge impact caused a large crack to appear on the hard ground, but Hao Yue seemed to be fine. Its 6 heads were like 6 magic cannons, madly spitting attack spells in its surroundings. A solid fortress was always the easiest to break through from the inside. It was the same for the leopard demon palace. The shield on the outside was strong, but who would set up a defensive shield on the inside? Under the continuous bombardment of Hao Yue's 6 elemental magic, the leopard demon palace was instantly in a mess. The members of the Glimmer of Dawn monster hunters were dumbfounded. Hao Yue was too fierce. They were originally prepared to break the leopard demon palace's shield, but who knew that Hao Yue would let out a loud roar and smash his way in just like that? At this moment, their hearts were filled with a carefree and unrestrained feeling. Hao Yue's method of attack was too satisfying. Chen Ying, in particular, was so excited that she jumped on Hao Yue's back. Yang Wenjiao had been seriously injured. Although his injuries had started to improve, it would still be impossible for him to fully recover without a month or 2. This aggro naturally fell on the demons. At that moment, they were actually attacking a city of demons, which was the capital of a province. Moreover, they were using this method. It was too satisfying. Hao Yue's barrage of spells actually deterred the powerhouses of the leopard demons from charging in. The leopard demon palace's building was really sturdy. Although there was a large area of damage caused by the violent explosions, it did not completely collapse. At that moment, several yellow figures leaped in from the surroundings. The intense dark aura instantly transformed into layers of black light shields to resist Hao Yue's bombardment of spells. Hao Yue's eyes narrowed, and his 6 heads roared at the same time. Suddenly, purple light appeared again, and the powerhouses of the leopard demons who had released the black light shields froze. The defensive spells in their hands also stopped. Hao Yue's 6 heads smashed a series of spells, and the bodies of the leopard demons, which were at least at the 6th grade, were instantly torn to shreds. Lin Xan swallowed his saliva, looked at Long Haochen, and said, "Boss, why do I feel that we don't need to do anything anymore? Hao Yue is going to settle it all by himself." Indeed, when Hao Yue's 6 heads unleashed their full power, there was no room for them to intervene. Hao Yue's spells almost covered the entire hall of the leopard demon palace. If they jumped off from Hao Yue's back, they would probably be affected. Long Haochen's eyes were also filled with surprise. After evolving into 6 heads, the power of Hao Yue's spells had increased greatly. Moreover, his spiritual power seemed to be endless. When he released his spells, Long Haochen could feel a large amount of elemental feedback being injected into Hao Yue's body, rapidly restoring his spiritual power. In just a short while, the hall of the leopard demon palace looked like it was in ruins. Where was the smell of a demon god's temple? Don't worry, There are stronger leopard demons coming. Everyone prepare for battle." Long Houchen shouted in a deep voice. Just as Long Houchen spoke, suddenly a yellow silhouette flashed like lightning, pouncing straight at Haoyue. This yellow light was really too fast. In practically a breath's time, it arrived in front of Haoyue. Moreover, when it accelerated in the air, it also effectively avoided Haoyue's spells. It drilled through the cracks, leaving behind a slightly distorted yellow silhouette. That was a leopard demon. Its entire body was covered in golden fur as glossy as water. A pair of yellow crystalline eyes revealed a cold, killing intent. The front of its thick and powerful arms sprang out sharp claws that were over a foot long. The instant it arrived in front of Haoyue, the wings on its back suddenly folded, unexpectedly changing its direction. It rose up, its claws directly digging at Light's eyes. Whether it was speed, strength, or reaction, this leopard demon was much stronger than the previous ones. The swift and fierce aura of darkness was almost tangible. The sharp claws even brought with them an ear-piercing whistle in the air that was already close to the might of the Ling Gang. The weakness of leopard demons was their weak defense, but speed and attack were their strong points. This panther demon had displayed this advantage to the fullest. In the face of this sudden sneak attack, Haoyue acted as if he didn't see it at all. He continued to release magic as he should, completely ignoring it. An orange-red light suddenly appeared in front of the leopard demon almost at the moment when its attack was about to fall on Light's head. Dang! There was a clear explosion. The leopard demon's body bounced up in response. Its pair of sharp claws made a move like a wild horse, parting its mane. Each of its claws scattered for pitch-black blades of light, sweeping straight at Long Houchen, who had blocked its attack. At this moment, Long Houchen's body flickered with golden light. That was the light's vengeance after the divine guard. When he received the leopard demon's attack just now, his body also trembled slightly. He immediately determined that this gold leopard demon had the cultivation of the 8th rank. The tip of his foot tapped lightly on Haoyue's back, and an orange-red blade of light swept out like a waterfall. The moment the blade of light appeared, it brought with it a 6-foot sword light. The orange-red light curled in the air, and all the black blades of light were instantly smashed into pieces. Then, Long Houchen's body suddenly froze in the air. The aria of the goddess of light floated forward and slashed forward. This sword was like an antelope hanging its horn, untraceable. The sword intent wasn't fierce, and even carried a bit of gentleness. However, the 8th rank gold leopard demon was shocked to find that it couldn't dodge at all. It couldn't even retreat. With its speed, it couldn't escape the sword intent's envelopment at all. With a low roar, the gold leopard demon's pair of sharp claws instantly turned golden. Its body rotated rapidly, and both claws slashed at Long Houchen at the same time. The spiritual power released from the pair of sharp claws actually had a dark golden luster. Clang! A crisp sound accompanied the gold leopard demon's scream. How many powerful demons had Long Houchen faced? He had challenged more than 5 demon god-level existences. Although he didn't win every time, he had fought with so many powerhouses. How could this 8th rank gold leopard demon stop him? The seemingly gentle sword intent burst forth the moment it came into contact with the gold leopard demon's claws. That clang was the result of the aria of the goddess of light instantly shattering the claws. However, this gold leopard demon was indeed powerful. After the aria of the goddess of light shattered its claws, although the remaining power left a deep wound from its chest to its thigh, it couldn't kill it in one strike. It must be known that this was the sword intent released by a divine sword. This gold leopard demon was quite powerful to be able to withstand this blow without dying. Feeling the increasing affinity between him and the aria of the goddess of light, Long Houchen didn't even look at the leopard demon that he had slashed away. The orange light flashed again. This time, the sword gleamed brightly, and the light severing sword brought out a half-moon slash and directly caught up with the leopard demon's body. In an instant, it was split in half. An 8th-grade devilish being had perished at the hands of Long Houchen, who was also an 8th-grade devilish being. This was not only the difference in strength, but also the difference in equipment. Long Houchen's equipment was all above epic grade. The aria of the Goddess of Light and the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield could be transformed into artifacts at any time, coupled with his understanding of sword intent. Even the dragon rider demon god Asmodeus had to be careful, and in the end he was injured in the hands of Long Houchen, not to mention such an ordinary gold leopard demon. However, at the same time as the gold leopard demon made its move, a golden figure also rushed in. The black light intertwined in the air, blocking Haoyue's magic bombardment to a great extent. With the magic suppression blocked, a large number of leopard demons also rushed in from the outside. In order to block Haoyue's magic attack, at least 8 other gold leopard demons rushed into the hall. Looking at the mess in the leopard demon palace, these leopard demons let out angry roars. However, they only surrounded Long Houchen and the others and didn't rush to attack. Haoyue's magic stopped, and his cold eyes looked around at all the leopard demons. A deep incantation began to be chanted rhythmically from its 6 large heads. Of course, Long Houchen knew what Haoyue was going to do. He immediately floated to the top of little Baldy's head, and in his heart he stopped it from chanting. Haoyue was going to use the 6 attribute Chaos Elemental Stripping. Although there were many leopard demons here, if Haoyue used the 6 attribute Chaos Elemental Stripping, other than the few 8th grade gold leopard demons who might survive, the rest of the leopard demons would definitely be wiped out. However, this level of Chaos Elemental Stripping was also very taxing on Haoyue. This was an important place for the demons, and Long Houchen didn't intend to use the teleportation here. Therefore, it was necessary for Haoyue to maintain his strength. Moreover, he could already sense that there were enemies in the leopard demon palace that he wanted to meet. Do it! Long Houchen waved his hand and took the lead to jump off Haoyue's back. Entering the territory of the demons, he no longer needed to hide his identity, for golden spiritual wings unfurled from his back, and he shot towards the enemies like a golden arrow. Other than Channing, and Lin Xan, the others also jumped off Haoyue's back. With Haoyue's protection, the 2 magic professionals didn't need to worry about their safety. Wang Yuan, Sima Xian, Zhang Fong, Han Yu, and Kai the 5 of them charged in different directions from Long Houchen. Each of them had a pair of spiritual wings on their back, releasing a powerful pressure. Chapter 215. They were completely different from before. Before the Holy War, when they encountered so many strong enemies, they would definitely gather together and maintain a formation for safety. But now, they all had the strength to fight on their own. Facing enemies of this level, if they gathered together to fight, it would only affect their combat power. At the same time, Haoyue showed a side that was completely different from the previous Mercury-like attack. Amidst the low and somewhat messy magic chanting, Xiaohua took the lead. A total of 6 flashes of light flashed, and all 6 of them, including Long Houchen, were covered with a layer of flame shield. This shield was about 3 meters in diameter, shining with a dark red light. This light did not affect their movements at all, but outside the shield, the leopard demons facing it would feel intense heat. The lower level leopard demons directly gave off a burnt smell. Shao Qing was the second. He cast haste on everyone, causing green light to flicker under their feet and their bodies to become significantly lighter. Immediately after, 2 huge halo skills that covered the whole area spread out, both targeted at the enemies. The 9th Holy Guard's gravity spell was displayed in Goldie's incantation. The extremely fast leopard demons instantly felt their bodies become heavy. Their speed was greatly limited. The other halo came from Xiao Guang, a simple light elemental vibration. For Long Houchin and the others, it would add more light aura, but for the leopard demons of the dark attribute, it was a significant weakening. Little Purple and Little Blue were still chanting, and it seemed that they would still need some time to complete their incantations. But there was no doubt that the longer the incantation, the more powerful it would be. As a magician, Lin Xan, who was standing on Haoyue's back, was a little dumbfounded. Haoyue at this time really looked like 6 8th grade sacred magicians fighting together. From the previous all-out attack to the current all-out enhancement, its strength was fully displayed. Furthermore, it also further revealed the terrifying fact that each of its heads possessed individual intelligence. There were 6 intelligent beings in one body, yet they were all so coordinated. What kind of magical beast was this? Chininger was no less shocked than Lin Xan. With Haoyue's buff, Long Houchin's group of 6 engaged the enemy at close range. Long Houchin was the first to make a move. He pounced towards 2 rank 8 leopard demons and a large number of rank 6 big leopard demons. Those who were able to rush in here were at least tier 6 cultivators. Clearly, these leopard demons also knew that low-level ones were useless against these humans who dared to charge into the leopard demon palace. Thousands of orange-red sword lights sprayed out, and the sharp sword intent instantly filled the dilapidated hall with a piercingly cold, killing intent. The tyrannical light elements blossomed in an almost solidified manner. Sword star shower. Even without Haoyue's buff, Long Houchin's current combat strength was still extremely terrifying. The sword meteor shower instantly covered all the enemies within a 30-meter radius. The huge sword lights seemed to have substance, as if the aria of the goddess of light had instantly split into countless clones to attack the enemy. Long Houchin's attack was truly too ferocious, not to mention the rank 6 big leopard demons. Even the gold leopard demons could only retreat and defend with all their might against his sword meteor shower. Blood splattered everywhere. In front of the sword meteor shower, the rank 6 big leopard demons were torn to pieces. Their passive defense could not withstand the sword meteor shower's attack. As for the rank 8 gold leopard demons, they could only barely protect themselves. Counterattack was a pipe dream. The only thing these leopard demons could do was use their relatively strong bodies and spiritual energy to exhaust the sword meteor shower's power as much as possible. Even so, not only did Long Houchin's sword break their counterattack, it also left behind more than 30 big leopard demons' corpses. With a sharp roar, just as the sword meteor shower weakened, 2 gold leopard demons pounced towards Long Houchin from both sides like golden lightning. Their sharp claws had already turned dark gold as they launched a frenzied attack. However, at this moment, a heavy sword appeared in Long Houchin's left hand. An emerald green luster flashed at almost the same time. The hazy golden green luster scattered out and enveloped Long Houchin. It was like a spring rain under the sun, concealing his figure. A series of crisp sounds rang out as the 2 gold leopard demons retreated at the same time. There were many small wounds on their innately tough claws. However, Long Houchin's figure had already charged forward again. He didn't care about them at all. He activated Light Speed Flash and instantly reached a speed that surpassed the gold leopard demons. He charged into the group of big leopard demons. Emerald green and orange light flashed at the same time, turning into a berserk storm of blades. The terrifying suction force pulled in the surrounding big leopard demons. These demons were usually very strong, but now they were like fruits that had entered a grinder. In front of the 2 epic divine swords, they were turned into a pile of flesh and blood. The 2 gold leopard demons couldn't stop Long Houchin at all. Faced with such a strong storm of blades, they didn't even have the courage to charge forward. At the same time, a strong killing aura erupted in other directions. Kai, Er's attack was the simplest and most direct. She only raised a simple gray line from her hand. The gray light from the Grim Reaper's scythe was filled with death and destruction. It also seemed to purify the darkness. While Long Houchin was rampaging about, had already killed a golden panther demon of the 8th step. At the same time, the Grim Reaper's scythe's cold light slashed horizontally, crazily slaughtering the ordinary big panther demons. The gloomy and cold gray light became the nightmare of the panther demons. Compared to Long Houchin and Kai, Han Yu and Zhang Fangfang were more conventional. The two of them held a large shield in one hand and a heavy sword in the other. They charged into the enemy's formation and killed their way forward, although their killing power couldn't compare to the leader and deputy leader. Their defense was impregnable. Every time they attacked, they would definitely have a target. As the Guardian Knight, they obviously held back and were ready to reinforce their companions at any time. The real highlights were Wang Yuanyuan and Sima Xian. As soon as she entered the killing mode, Wang Yuanyuan's beautiful eyes turned blood red. It was as if she had returned to the time when she fought against the demon army in the warrior's temple. The blood in her body was already boiling. The sanguine storm in her hand was covered in a layer of red light and emitted a terrifying attack power. She even used the divine soul shield as a long-range weapon. Wherever the bloody goddess of war passed, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. A faint layer of blood-red aura burst out from Wang Yuanyuan. Any leopard demons who got close to this blood-red aura or saw the look in Wang Yuanyuan's eyes would feel a chill down their spine. This was the terrifying murderous aura that Wang Yuanyuan had cultivated on the battlefield. She had walked out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Over the past 2 years, countless enemies had died under her sanguine storm at the top of the southeast fortress. As soon as she entered the fighting mode, she would naturally release a tyrannical, murderous aura. She would first seize the opponent's mind and then launch a tyrannical attack. She alternated between sanguine rend and bloody saw dance. Coupled with her mysterious spatial gate and spiritual stove, as soon as she entered the battle, she directly drilled into the densest area of the enemy and began a bloody massacre. In just a short period of time, the number of leopard demons that had died at her hands was no less than the number that had died at the hands of Long Houchin. Although Wang Yuanyuan was a girl, she now had the aura of a great general that looked down on everything. On the other side, Sima Xian was also extremely tyrannical. This guy couldn't directly teleport into the enemy's formation through the spiritual stove like Wang Yuanyuan could. However, his terrifying lethality was above that of Wang Yuanyuan. The spiritual wings on his back flapped, and a layer of reddish gold luster lit up on Sima Xian's body. His entire body seemed to be made of copper and iron. Even the skin on his face had turned reddish gold. One could vaguely see that this reddish gold luster was emitted from his chest. A golden leopard demon directly attacked him, wanting to stop him and then surround him with the other leopard demons. However, it was also at this moment that Sima Xian raised the terrifying vigor pill of light in his hand. What was shocking was that the vigor pill of light actually emitted an epic orange-red light. Immediately after, that orange-red light turned purple. Thousands of purple lightning bolts instantly burst forth with overwhelming power. They all crashed into the group of leopard demons. Even the golden leopard demon was not spared. It could only defend with all its might. The speed of lightning was simply impossible to dodge. Thus, the leopard demon's speed was completely useless. This burst of purple lightning enveloped at least 100 leopard demons. After being bombarded by the purple lightning, these leopard demons were all charred. Their bodies twitched, and their fur stood on end. Even if they didn't die, they were half dead. Immediately after, Sima Xian threw out the vigor pill of light in his hand. Unlike the vigor pill of light in the past, the current vigor pill of light was connected to a dark golden chain. The chain looked very small, only as thick as a pinky, but it was a shocking 10 meters long. An intense golden light could be seen emitting from Sima Xian's hand that was holding the chain. The vigor pill of light that flew into the air actually stopped in the instant that the chain reached its limit. Immediately after, thousands of white lights burst forth from the vigor pill of light. When the white lights landed, the leopard demons that had been hit by the purple lightning were completely turned into ashes. All that was left was a floor of magical crystals. Even the golden leopard demon was now pitch black. Its body was still twitching as it fell to the ground. Sima Xian pulled with his right hand, and the vigor pill of light descended from the sky. At the same time, white halos enveloped the rank 8 golden leopard demon, preventing it from escaping. Then it was the vigor pill of light's most proficient move, crushing, pulverizing, and triple explosion. Amidst the terrifying explosion, the golden leopard demon that had not been turned into ashes was directly turned into meat paste. His series of attacks had forcibly emptied the leopard demons in his direction. After all, there were only 500 to 600 big leopard demons that had rushed into the hall. This was where the elites of the leopard demons were gathered. The 9 golden leopard demons that led them were the strongest among the leopard demons. However, in just a short while, at least 200 big leopard demons and 4 golden leopard demons had perished. Half of them were gone. Sima Xian's terrifying area of effect skill had almost killed as many as the others combined. Even Long Haochen's brilliance was somewhat overshadowed. Lin Xian and Qining looked at each other, dumbfounded. When did Sima become so strong? Wasn't his spiritual power the weakest among them? However, the terrifying and powerful attack just now had truly shocked them. Even the 8th grade leopard demon seemed so vulnerable in front of him who was at the 7th grade. How did Baldi become so strong? Qining asked in surprise. Lin Xian's mouth twitched. He had thought that he had improved by leaps and bounds in the past 2 years. But now it seemed that everyone's improvement was equally great. Chen Ying was the same, and so were Sima Xian and Wang Yuan. This guy doesn't seem to be afraid of the backlash from the spiritual stove of purple godly thunder, and his spiritual stove must have advanced. That should be the spiritual stove's advanced skill. Also, his vigor pill of light is wrong. How did it become epic? He's not afraid of the backlash from the spiritual stove of purple godly thunder, and it has something to do with the layer of reddish gold on his body. Did this guy change his shotgun for a cannon? Since when did the temple of the priests become so rich? Sima, be careful. Long Haochen, who was fighting among the enemies, suddenly shouted. At this moment, a dark red light suddenly appeared on the battlefield without warning and went straight for Sima Xian. The dark red light turned into the shape of a leopard and went straight for Sima Xian's chest. Hearing Long Haochen's warning, Sima Xian understood that the enemy who suddenly appeared must be stronger than him and could threaten his life. Otherwise, Long Haochen wouldn't have said that. In fact, Long Haochen had been paying attention to the battlefield, waiting for the enemy to appear. His original plan was to use his strong performance to attract the enemy's attention. However, who knew that Sima Xian's destructive power would surpass his? The enemy suddenly changed its target, and Long Haochen was caught unprepared. The vigor pill of light was placed horizontally in front of his chest. Sima Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. At the same time, the vigor pill of light was placed on his chest, and a strange change occurred on the outside. It was as if there was an extra eye. When the eye opened, a huge purple electric light with a diameter of a foot suddenly burst out. Rumble! Amidst the terrifying roar, the entire demon leopard palace shook violently. Dust rustled as it fell. The dark red leopard light and the purple electric light were extinguished together. The dark red figure that suddenly rushed out also came to an abrupt stop. It stopped abruptly. It didn't even come into contact with Sima Xian's vigor pill of light. However, Sima Xian's face also turned pale. Before the dark red figure could attack again, a white light had already wrapped around Sima Xian's waist and pulled his body back rapidly. At the same time, Long Haochen's golden figure had already blocked Sima Xian's path. At this moment, Little Blue and Little Purple of Haoyue's 6 heads completed their magic. The ice blue halo was the first to be activated, and its target was the leopard demons at the periphery. The temperature in the air dropped rapidly. In this chilly atmosphere, all the leopard demons were covered in a layer of frost. The 8th grade golden leopard demons fared better, but the big leopard demons with a lower cultivation base were mostly frozen into ice sculptures. They couldn't break free for a while. Immediately after, countless purplish-green poison balls scattered in all directions. These poison balls seemed to have eyes as they landed on the ice sculptures. Then the ice sculptures also turned the same color and slowly melted along with the leopard demons inside. Long Haochen's shout just now was like a summoning spell. When he blocked in front of Sima Xian, Han Yu and Zhang Fangfang also rushed over from the 2 sides. Wang Yuan rushed over from the back. Kai Er's figure disappeared in stealth. Long Haochen was extremely shocked. It wasn't because of the sudden appearance of the enemy, but because of Sima Xian's explosive increase in strength. Long Haochen was most aware of the strength of the enemy's attack just now. He didn't expect Sima Xian to not only block the attack unscathed, he didn't even take a step back. That was an enemy with a 9th grade cultivation base. At this moment, the enemy in front of them appeared in front of them. It was a 2-meter-tall leopard demon, whose entire body was emitting intense, dark red flames. Compared to the other leopard demons, his body didn't stand out in any way, but the dark red flames around his body and the dark red, shiny fur on his body revealed his identity. Leopard demon god Asai? Long Haochen shouted in a low voice. That's right, this powerful leopard demon was the leader of the leopard demons, the leopard demon god Usai who guarded Galuo City in the Galuo province. Although the scene in front of him made Usai's lungs explode with anger, he was also a little panicked. The enemy was attacking the leopard demon palace head-on. When Haoyue broke through the leopard demon palace's defenses, he was startled awake. Because he had been in seclusion, he had rushed over a little late. He watched as Long Haochen and the rest launched a frenzied massacre, especially Sima Xian's 2 attacks just now, which were too overbearing. Hence, after weighing the pros and cons, he decided to launch a sneak attack on Sima Xian. He would first get rid of the enemy's strongest attacker. What he didn't know was that Long Haochen and the rest were connected by the soul chain. Not to mention the fact that Sima Xian could block his attack. Even if he couldn't, the soul chain would share the burden. It was impossible for him to kill Sima Xian. Looking at these young humans in front of him, Usai's expression was extremely ugly. He faintly felt that this was not going to be easy to get through. His leopard demon palace had been destroyed. Moreover, in that short period of time, almost half of the elite leopard demons had been killed. Such a huge loss had never been seen among the leopard demons. These humans looked young, but he had seen their strength with his own eyes. However, this was his territory, the leopard demon palace. As the leopard demon god, he couldn't retreat in front of his own people. Despicable humans, today, all of you will die. Usai's cold voice sounded through gritted teeth. As he spoke, the claws behind his back moved slightly rhythmically. The entire leopard demon palace began to emit a layer of strange, dark, spiritual energy. In the backyard of the leopard demon palace, a dark red light pillar suddenly shot into the sky, and a thick pillar gradually appeared. On this thick demon god pillar, their countless leopard head carvings and dark red flames rose violently. To deal with the leopard demon god in front of him, Long Haochen obviously couldn't bring him to the Tower of Eternity like he did with the demon god of insight, Godseal. The previous teleportation was caused by the demon god of insight's innate skill and the eternal melodies teleportation. It was impossible to teleport a powerful demon god over. Wouldn't the other party struggle? However, Long Haochen had never had absolute confidence in defeating a demon god like he did now. That was because he wasn't fighting alone, and he had many powerful teammates by his side. Sima Xian's explosive power also told him that every one of his teammates had made great progress in the past 2 years. They were a whole that could fight a demon god head-on. After the battle with the dragon rider demon god Asmodeus, Long Haochen faintly felt that if Asmodeus was their only enemy at that time, then he and his teammates could concentrate all their strength, and they might be able to fight against Asmodeus. However, because he was afraid of Asmodeus's demon god transformation and domain, Long Haochen didn't do that. He didn't want to repeat the mistakes of Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi. However, they were now facing the leopard demon god Usai, who was ranked 57th among the 72 demon god pillars. He had already made up his mind to end the life of another demon god here today. We are the light of dawn monster hunters, and I am the leader, Long Haochen. Tell you our names, and you can die in peace. Inga, do it. Long Haochen said loudly. He said it for all the leopard demons to hear. After all, they were here to expose their whereabouts. Chun Ing heard Long Haochen's order, and immediately sat cross-legged on Haoyue's back and started chanting. Of course, she knew what the leader meant. They had to go all out to fight the leopard demon god Usai, and her mission was to prevent any other demon god from affecting Long Haochen's battle. Lin Xian also started chanting, and his eyes were locked on the leopard demon god Usai. On the contrary, Haoyue was quiet, and his 6 heads were coldly watching the surroundings. After receiving the combined attack from Little Blue and Little Purple, 70% of the leopard demon's elite were lost, and the rest were not in good condition. They were actually afraid to advance. However, there was a hubbub of voices outside the leopard demon palace, and it was obvious that a large number of leopard demons had rushed over. However, their strength was definitely not comparable to the leopard demon's elite. Roar! The leopard demon god Usai roared the sky, and the dark red flames on his body suddenly erupted like a volcano. Within the thick, dark red light pillar, the muscles on Usai's body swelled, and in the blink of an eye his height exceeded 3 meters. His pair of sharp claws also grew to 1 meter long. His legs were exceptionally thick, and the dark red wings on his back were retracted, turning into smaller wings. A pair of dark red eyes emitted a venomous glint. Long Haochen's face revealed a sneer, and a golden figure separated from his back. Then a white light filled with a pure and holy aura floated over, and landed on the leopard demon god Usai's body. Usai, who had just completed his demon god transformation, suddenly became sluggish. Although he did not feel any harm from the white light, when he discovered that the white light couldn't be stopped from landing on his body, he suddenly felt an indescribable sense of danger. When he raised his head and looked forward, he discovered that in his eyes there was only Long Haochen. Without a doubt, the thing that emitted the white light was the saint's spiritual stove, and that golden figure was without a doubt Yiting. The leopard demon god Usai was the leader of the leopard demons, so his abilities would certainly not be outside the scope of the leopard demons. At the very least, he would be an enhanced version of an ordinary leopard demon. Moreover, from the scene of him launching a surprise attack on Sima Xian as fast as lightning, it could be seen that speed was definitely his greatest advantage. After the demon god transformation, his wings had shrunk. What did this mean? His wings had become folded wings, and the only thing that increased was his explosive speed. In other words, after the demon god transformation, Usai's speed would increase by a step. With Long Haochen's rich battle experience, he could see the most difficult part of Usai to deal with a single glance. If he was allowed to fully display his speed, his side's formation would certainly be broken, and it would be impossible to maintain it so well. At that time, the entire battlefield would become the leopard demon god stage. However, Long Haochen had his own methods. The saint's spiritual stove could be said to be the nemesis of this kind of agility-type demons. No matter how fast you are, your only target is me, and you can only attack me. Therefore, your speed is only aimed at me. As long as I'm not killed by you, you can't go and deal with others." Although Long Houchin was bearing all the pressure on himself, at the same time he had also weakened the leopard demon god Usai's greatest advantage. The blue rain and hibiscus of light in his left hand had already been put away. The golden light behind his back reappeared, and the aura of light on Long Houchin's body suddenly rose sharply. This time, Yuting had directly integrated into his body, causing his spiritual power to become even purer and increase to an extreme. The Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield was placed horizontally in front of him, and Long Houchin poured his spiritual power into this divine tool shield without caring about the consumption. He had never thought of competing with the leopard demon god Usai in terms of speed. Facing a ninth-step demon god who was especially good at speed, competing with the other party for superiority was absolutely unwise. Moreover, he didn't need to do that. What he needed to do was to defend impregnably, not giving the other half a chance. That was enough. The rest was left to his companions. The panic after suffering from a saint's spiritual stove made the leopard demon god explode in a flash. The dark red light simply seemed to teleport, and suddenly arrived in front of Long Houchin. Its two huge claws tore through the air, and at the same time slashed at Long Houchin. Behind Long Houchin, everyone could see that Long Houchin's right foot slightly retreated half a step, and his whole body made a bow stance. Immediately after, the Sun-Moon Divine Snail shield in his hand emitted a magnificent 7-colored golden light. This golden light spread in a flash, forming a shield wall in front of everyone. Amidst the ear-piercing sound of metal scraping, Long Houchin did not retreat a single step, and his body instead emitted a golden light. Light's vengeance. Seeing their leader assume such a stance, how could his companions not understand what kind of tactics Long Houchin needed? Practically without hesitation, everyone behind him flashed out, launching an all-out attack on the leopard demon god. Under the violent collision, Long Houchin only felt his arms go numb, and he couldn't help but be secretly shocked. After this ninth step, leopard demon god completed his demon god transformation. His attack power was tyrannical, actually approaching the level of the dragon rider demon god Asmodeus. From this, it could be seen how much help the demon god Pillar had given him. At that time, Long Houchin was absolutely lucky to kill the demon god Clausel in the Tower of Eternity. If Clausel had the demon god Pillar by his side, the one to die would definitely be Long Houchin himself. The leopard demon god Ozzy was also shocked to be able to repel Long Houchin with a single attack. As a demon god, he could naturally sense the true level of Long Houchin's cultivation. Although Long Houchin's equipment was very powerful, he was only an 8-step knight. He was confident that his opponent's strength could not erase the difference between their cultivation. Furthermore, now that he had entered the demon god transformation state, be it his internal or external spiritual energy, both had a qualitative leap. Even if he faced the top 50 demon gods, if they did not use the demon god transformation, they might not be a match for him, especially since Ozzy's forte was attack. His attack was very strong, but he was facing the Sun-Moon Divine Snail shield transformed by the Starlight Divine Beast. Moreover, it was the Sun-Moon Divine Snail shield that had been activated by Long Houchin as a divine weapon. When Long Houchin was facing the dragon rider demon god Asmodeus, he did not use the Sun-Moon Divine Snail shield. It was not because the Sun-Moon Divine Snail shield could not block Asmodeus' attack, but because the divine weapon Sun-Moon Divine Snail shield consumed too much spiritual energy. He would not be able to hold it for long, and it was not good for a protracted battle. At that time, he could not even let Yuting help him increase his spiritual energy. He wanted to keep Yuting's power to enhance the aria of the goddess of light. But now, the situation was completely different. Long Houchin was not fighting alone. He had so many partners around him. What he had to do was to block the leopard demon god's attack as much as possible and attract all the attacks to himself. In that case, There was no better choice than the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield, the Divine Weapon Shield, and the Divine Defense Block. For a demon god of the level of the leopard demon god Ozzy, before Long Houchen's spiritual energy was exhausted, it was an almost unsolvable existence. Ozzy's attack did not succeed, but his own terrifying strength was still revealed. Due to the saint's spiritual stove's influence, he was unable to attack others, but it did not affect the huge threat he felt from the other monster hunters of the Glimmer of Dawn. His figure flashed, and like lightning, he flashed to the other side. Sharp claw shadows covered Long Houchen from all directions. He knew that only by killing this knight in front of him could he deal with the others. However, at the same time as the leopard demon god moved, the attacks of the people of the Glimmer of Dawn also arrived. 2 rays of red light fell on Ozzy's body at the same time. No matter how fast he was, his body would always pause for a moment when he launched his attack, and this pause only needed to be noticed by his eyes. These 2 rays of red light were locked onto by Zhang Fangfang and Hanyu. At the same time that he locked onto the leopard demon god, Hanyu opened his own light blessing spiritual stove. At the same time, the scarlet blood berserk in his right hand slashed at Ozzy. Without a doubt, the light blessing spiritual stove was mainly activated for Long Houchen, helping him to gather more spiritual energy to maintain his defense in a short period of time. As for whether the scarlet blood berserk could injure the leopard demon god, it was not a problem for him to consider. Zhang Fangfang's attack was very heavy. Relying on the momentum of the lock, he condensed all the spiritual energy in his body on the shield. Shield strike. The strong light element instantly rose to the extreme, and it slammed towards the leopard demon god's body from the side. Ozzy's speed was really too fast. Even though he was locked onto by the 2 knight, Zhang Fangfang and Hanyu's attacks were still slid away by his tyrannical spiritual energy. The 2 rank 7 Guardian Knight's attacks could at most slightly affect his speed. However, in the next moment, a monstrous bloody aura had already enveloped his body. Ozzy did not care about that kind of strength, but the bloody aura that was filled with a terrifying killing intent made him shiver uncontrollably. His attack speed was once again reduced by a notch. The terrifying legendary grade weapon, Bloodstorm, had already engulfed him with the terrifying might of Blood Rend and Blood Saws. This kind of covering attack was already something that Ozzy could not dodge. Roar! Ozzy roared. A terrifying and fierce dark red flame suddenly rushed out of his body, transforming into countless leopard heads that bombarded all directions. He thought very well. Although he had received Long Houchen's front finger, it should not be a problem for him to launch an area attack. Apart from the knight in front of him, how could any other human block an all-out attack from his demon god form? However, he had underestimated the saint's spiritual stove after its evolution. The saint's spiritual stove had been given to Long Houchen by Long Xingwu and had gone through many evolutions. Among them, it had fused with Yating to form a synthetic stove and then absorbed the crystal left behind by the demon god Insight. It had long since left the scope of the saint's spiritual stove. The moment the countless black flaming leopard heads appeared, they unexpectedly did not bombard all directions. Instead, they were all attracted by a strange attractive force and bombarded towards Long Houchen. At this moment, Long Houchen had already been enveloped in a dazzling shield wall of 7 colors. With the amplification of the light's blessing spiritual stove, the time that Long Houchen could maintain the Sun-Moon Divine Snail shield would definitely be greatly increased. Moreover, he also had the spiritual energy support of Yating and the Golden Foundation armor. Violent explosions continuously sounded on the shield wall, but simply could not shake the Sun-Moon Divine Snail shield in the slightest. Ozzy's mistake also caused him to suffer the opponent's attack. The first to land on his body was Wang Yuan's Bloody Storm. Bloody Rend and Bloody Sawtooth Dance instantly combined into one, transforming into a dimensional storm that ruthlessly chopped at his bulging and thick muscles. A glaring bloody light burst out from the void and Ozzy madly shouted. Although his body's toughness had greatly increased after the demon god transformation. After all, he was not a demon god that specialized in defense. Moreover, that bloody storm was a legendary equipment with extremely powerful attack power. Immediately, a bloody wound was left on his back.